Ти велики.
You, the Great One, who blesses and creates all. Arrange everything in me and around me. Come and set right my mind. Let it think right. Come and set right my heart, for love alive to spring from it.
Драги приятели, намираме се на мястото на
Dear friends, we are here on the very spot of our teacher, a sacred place for us, his disciples. Once upon a time there was here a tufty and beautiful quarter, hidden deep in greenery and flowers, small wooden houses peering lovingly out of the blossomed trees. You would hear music from every house, either singing, either playing the violin or the guitar. The teacher used to encourage his disciples to indulge themselves in music and arts till a very old age, and especially in music, because music is a breathing of our consciousness. Nowadays only this spot is left from the colorful place, from this oasis surrounded by a few pine trees, this place which once used to be our favorite lawn, where we once played the sacred dance Paneurhythmy, the very dance we are going to talk about today. A few words about Paneurhythmy. Paneurhythmy, supreme, universal, cosmic rhythm. The teacher provides the deeper, esoteric meaning of these three components of the word Paneurhythmy. Pan, universal principle of love, as creator and maker. The male principle, the active one. You, universal principle of love in terms of preserving and receiving. The female principle, from which all living things originate. The first, substance and rhythm. Rhythmy, this is what flows in time, what repeats itself. The universal principle of periodicity, a harmony of the individual parts in the whole. Paneurhythmy is a vast science and great art that will be studied from now on in its fullness. It is based on the following laws: the relationship between man and nature, the connection between the physiological and psychological processes. This means that Paneurhythmy is a psychophysiological act, expressing the correspondence between concept, thought, music and movement, which will be discussed in depth and shown in detail in the following course of Paneurhythmy. The main underlying points of Paneurhythmy are God, nature, the rising sun, and the thought, which we should have while performing these beautiful exercises, is the thought of the great, the eternal, the wise, the awakening human soul. The separation of the human soul from God is one of the most significant moments of existence. The human soul, this winged guest, along with the human spirit, have completed their evolution, as the teacher says. Much has been said about human soul, and a lot more will be said further. For example, Hermes Trismegistus says, "The human soul is veiled in light. If one doesn't take good care of it, it may flicker and die out. But if the sacred oil of love is poured into it, it becomes stronger, consolidates its forces, and starts to glow as an immortal candlestick." One could think that the spirit and soul of man, being perfect, have no place on the earth, because we ourselves are not perfect. However, the big sacrifice of soul proves to be exactly that: it sacrifices itself, temporarily forgets, so to speak, all its supreme dimensions, in order to be left to dwell our physical body for some time. Unfortunately, the spirit cannot get in contact with our body. It is only an ambassador of the divine ideas sent to us by God. An ambassador who needs an interpreter, a mediator, who in turn can interpret the heavenly messages. This interpreter becomes the soul. The spirit comes and goes back and forth, transmitting these messages, while the soul stays in our body, obliged to work all throughout human life, that is, until the time comes for it to depart again to its Father. And so, the spirit, figuratively speaking, takes the soul down while it walks back on the path, the involutionary one coming down to earth in order to express itself in one human being. The soul, as I've said before, forgets temporarily its limited dimensions when it descends into our three-dimensional body. Even there, the teacher says, it doesn't stay all the time. It simply craves to return back to its starry birthplace, and from time to time it slips away, but the linking thread, as well as the purpose it has to interpret God's messages, connects it to our body through the spirit. For it, our body is like a prison, but we, as reasonable and conscientious people, intending to keep going on the path of self-improvement, on the path of perfection, we have the task, and I'd say a completely conscientious one, of converting this prison into a temple of our soul, where it would feel more or less comfortable. That is, we have to conscientiously assist the soul in its work, the higher self in the almost unbearable task of processing the energies of the lower self. Scientists have established that when a man dies, he loses 30 grams of his weight. This shows that the soul, which has flown away, contains a small amount of material substance. In fact, this material substance provides the chance for it to get in contact with our physical body. From a human point of view, this hard work of the soul could be considered a convict's one. But the soul has an honorable task, and when it leaves our human body to present itself again at the feet of God, it will offer him several diamonds for which it suffered, in the same way as the pearl oyster produces a magnificent pearl from a sand particle as a result of a lot of hard work. The soul was able to sublimate several supreme cells of our organism and to convert them from carbon into a diamond and to present them as a gift at the feet of God. Then and there, the soul has fulfilled its task. Well, Paneurhythmy represents the path of the human soul in its ascending spiral, because the evolutionary path is exactly a spiral. This path, this three-dimensional figure, represented in 2 dimensions, gives in fact a circle. That is why Paneurhythmy is played in a circle with one center, because all its points are the same distance from the center. That is, there is only one God, creator and maker, great wise source, the Absolute, or whatever name we choose to call him. And now, what is Paneurhythmy? Paneurhythmy is a universal and harmonious dance, a beautiful synthesis of movement and music, which exists in the entire cosmos, including the Earth, of course. Because the laws ruling the cosmos apply also to the Earth, therefore everything surrounding us is Paneurhythmy in the broadest sense of the word. The flying of pigeons and the beautiful flowers, the clouds and the sky, the music of the wind and the movement of our Earth in the course of its evolution. Also the movement of the other planets around the Sun, and the Sun within the galaxy, etc. All this is Paneurhythmy. What would an observer see looking at Paneurhythmy? He or she would see a green lawn or a mountain wrapped in the sunshine of the rising sun. Smiling people in one or several circles, a band playing in the center, a pleasant and beautiful music, attracting each passerby to stop and listen. The dancers illuminated by a certain incredible light, not only sunshine, and by the music, which at times resembles our folklore. Rhythms of the familiar Ročenica resound but much clearer and more perfectly. This would be the first impression of someone who sees the living circle of Paneurhythmy for the first time. It is living not only because living people play the dance, but because at the very moment when Paneurhythmy is danced on the earth, it is danced also in the invisible world. Paneurhythmy represents this magic wonder, which takes the dancers up with great rising force. Figuratively, it takes them up from the physical circle of Paneurhythmy and transfers them through the spiritual world and brings them to the gates of the divine world. Therefore, Paneurhythmy is the overture introduction into the divine world. In this context, all sorts of conversations, debates, or any kind of disharmonious relationships could be fatal and simply impossible and unacceptable. I have already mentioned why Paneurhythmy is played in a circle. This circle turns anti-clockwise, from right to left, the same way as most of the Bulgarian circle dances or chorot turn from right to left. Usually the traces of ancient teachings in the old temples and old occult schools could be found in the folklore of any country. Why from right to left? Because the heavenly bodies move also from right to left, and the purpose of Paneurhythmy is to make us co-rhythmic. That is, to synchronize our pace with the cosmic rhythm. In synchronizing ourselves with this cosmic rhythm, we are really simply charging ourselves from the cosmic energies, especially if we think conscientiously about it. Many beings have walked our path. These invisible brothers of ours intend to help us. They have covered our evolution, and some have already completed their evolution. Others are doing so now, and because they see us as brothers, they want to extend their help. But in order to understand their language and to give them the chance to contact us, we have to study Paneurhythmy. It is the key, says the teacher, which you are going to hand to these supreme wise beings to enable them to unlock people's hearts, the hearts of all humanity, and the divine flame to start flickering in their hearts, while improving themselves, developing their virtues. From this point of view, Paneurhythmy has a strong educational role. One can self-educate by means of Paneurhythmy. One can overcome certain negative hereditary characteristics. One can set forth tasks, which one can solve much more easily and with more success, exercising Paneurhythmy than without it. One can help the whole of humanity if one connects with all good and wise beings. And one wonderful day, all good people on the earth will reach over their hands. Referring to John the Evangelist's Gospel, chapter 14, the evangelist says, that is, Christ says through him, "Now I leave because the prince comes." Here comes the question, who is the prince? It is not difficult to guess who is the prince on the earth. Imagine the rune of the earth. The symbol is a circle with a cross on the top. This is the astronomical, astrological sign of the earth. What does it show? It shows that the earth is the kingdom of suffering. But the fact that the devil is on the earth, and this is his kingdom, the king of evil, as Christ calls him, this does not mean that his power will exist here on the earth eternally. The teacher says that 2/3 of the good has already triumphed on the earth. Hence there is a small part of the evil left to overcome. It could be done with our help and that of all the people on the earth if we think and pray alike and meditate for this to happen. Then and there the earth will become a real paradise on earth. Then the suffering will cease to be the means by which humanity learns. Then the cross in the symbol of the earth will go underneath the circle as it is with Venus. There the symbol is a circle with a cross underneath. The goddess of love and the arts has already been on this road. She has brilliantly passed this exam, the one of love. The beings living there evidently do not suffer. They have conquered suffering. They did it through love. Well, what more to say about Paneurhythmy? It is this and that and many other things. Paneurhythmy is danced in the early morning hours when the earth vibrates with love and waits for its lover, expects the sun to appear, this visible image of God, the lover of the earth. At that time, the sun is positive, the earth is negative, and we, as her children, are negative. We are drawn to the greatest extent to receive through the sun those divine gifts which it brings to us. That is, those supreme beings who live on the sun. That is why in the morning it is beneficial for our health to go out and meet the sunrise and to play these sacred dances through which we learn the language of the universe and to draw in full from the great heart of love. Each and everyone could profit from Paneurhythmy if he or she regularly and conscientiously plays Paneurhythmy, because thought is power. It was proven mathematically by Paul Dirac, one of the greatest mathematicians. He was awarded the Nobel Prize for it. And namely because of this, if we apply the power of thought along with our emotional strivings, can you imagine what kind of results we could have? If the entire nation danced Paneurhythmy, says the teacher, regularly and conscientiously, no evil could have reached it and no diseases would have existed. Isn't it a good idea for our children to dance Paneurhythmy too? Why not practice it in the kindergartens, in schools, by young people in universities, everywhere where there is a possibility to dance? There are so many possibilities in Bulgaria. Why not create and raise a generation with highly developed morality and ethics? At least give them a chance to develop. It really is worth thinking about. Well, Paneurhythmy is, in this sense, a method of self-education, as well as of education. It charges the people who have played the dance with energy, not only during and immediately after the dance, but also throughout the whole day. Because after we've played the whole dance, it has the quality of reducing the individual vibrations of our movements to a common denominator, to make them homogeneous. This homogeneity, says the teacher, facilitates communication, whereas between man and woman, man and society, mother and children, or business relationship. Only then can we think of some kind of harmony when the individual movements are brought to a harmony and become homogeneous. The energy provided by Paneurhythmy accompanies us during the whole day. Our body is physically enriched. All parts of our body, hands and feet, are being stirred. All muscles, even the smallest ones, from the immobility humanity presently suffers, are being stirred by the vibrations. Paneurhythmy resounds throughout the entire universe. Years ago, a seminar was held, attended by all the spacemen. It was an international seminar held in our beautiful town of Smolyan at the planetarium. This was during the totalitarian times. One of our friends decided to play incognito some instrumental music of Paneurhythmy in the planetarium as nice and quiet background of the discussion. Evidently, the subject was the cosmos. One of the spacemen, I was told, asked what was this music in the background. "But I know it, I've listened to it when I was flying in space," he exclaimed. As it is said in the scripture, "Who hath eyes to see, who hath ears to listen?" Maybe he was the only spaceman who was tuned to the wavelength on which the paneurhythmic music was sounding, but nonetheless we are grateful to him. It resounds in the entire universe. We must be immensely grateful to the teacher for this hard task he had fulfilled, bringing paneurhythmy down to us, to our physical world, from those invisible worlds, showing it to us, for teaching us with great fatherly patience how to play the dance, and thus making us privy to these great wise beings who have created the cosmos, who have created the earth.
Да я играем. И така ние станахме съпричастни на тези велики разумни същества, които са творили космоса, които са творили земята.
The earth, says the teacher, is the graduation work of a supreme being. And as a great pedagogue, the teacher did it in a very beautiful way. He had bequeathed to his followers, his disciples, to believe that by participating in paneurhythmy, they were the ones who give birth to it. In fact, this is a wonderful teaching method. Every evening after work, they would gather on this very lawn, from which, as I have already said, only several pine trees were left, and they all were eagerly studying the steps which the teacher for many nights had tried, so to speak, to take down from the universe and adjust them for us, the beings from the three dimensions. Paneurhythmy, in fact, is a visualized image of this divine teaching, which the teacher expressed in his school on the earth. I have filled for centuries, in the future, the whole universe with the Word of God, said the teacher. Many and many thousands of years ago, a catastrophe took place in the solar system. The black sun, which the scientists call the black holes, and called black suns by the teacher. So one of these black suns, an antipode of our sun, that is, containing all the negative things, unlike our sun, which emanates so much love, so this black sun penetrates in our solar system and destroys one of the most beautiful planets among them, the Phaeton. It was located in the same spot where today the asteroid belt is located. In fact, the asteroid belt represents the parts from the destroyed planet Phaeton. In Greek mythology, this is reflected in the legend about Phaeton, who stole his father's Zeus' chariot, and, not knowing how to drive it, rushed in the skies. And what happened? Of course, the chariot broke into pieces. The parts of the destroyed planet were collected by some of the bigger planets, which had the task assigned to them by our Sun, the father of our solar system, to improve these parts and, on one wonderful day, to restore the destroyed planet Phaeton. For this catastrophe in the solar system, the teacher said, "At that time we lost the battle, because we could not penetrate into the deepest plots of evil. We are not going to lose a second time." That is, evil is much more ingenious than good. Evil even uses forms created by good, sneaks insidiously in it and acts. A long time passes before we understand that from this form, which originally served good, light, bright, the White Lodge, in fact became an instrument of the Black Lodge. There are a lot of examples of this in human history. But let us go back to the catastrophe. As a result of this, the Black Sun crept inside the constellation Virgo. The symbol of Virgo is a beautiful, tender and pure virgin, holding an ear of wheat with the star Spica on top in her hand. The constellation Virgo used to have that perfect quality of the eternal love, which unfortunately had disappeared after the catastrophe. That is why love is transient and very changing. All the planets within the solar system were affected by the penetration of the Black Sun in our system. The disturbances are in three directions. 1. The circular orbits of the planets were disturbed. Until then, all planets used to have circular orbits. We know from geometry that the circle is a figure with one center, all points of which are at the same distance from the center. As a result of the Black Sun breaking through the solar system, there comes a figure with two centers, that is an ellipse, our Sun and the Black Sun. The circular orbits of the planets were modified and became elliptical. In fact, they were influenced not only by our Sun, but alas, also by the Black Sun, the influence of evil, of eternal egotism, of unlimited greed, death and destruction. This is what the Black Sun symbolizes, and that is why it is so unbelievably dense. Another way in which our planets, the children of the solar system, were affected is, unfortunately, by disturbing the axis. The vertical axes of the planets were damaged to such an extent that some of them reached not only a horizontal position, but also went beyond it, and still further downward, as is the case with Uranus. The vertical axis is related to the world of ideas, and when the planet is changed in respect to this world, the planet becomes deformed. Our planet, the Earth, had also been affected. It lost its vertical axis. The task of the solar system is to bring back to the planets their vertical axes. For us inhabitants of the Earth, she is our mother. It is no accident that in the folklore the Mother Earth is called Suckling Mother. She is a living being, and we have to be immensely thankful to her for the life she gives us, and the Sun is our Father. Hence, the Sun assigns the task to all his children, including the Earth, to restore their vertical axes, in order to have an ideal relationship with the cosmic consciousness, with the divine world. The cosmic consciousness is, so to speak, the introduction to the divine world. The direction of turning is the third way in which the planets had been affected. Venus, for example, had changed the direction of its turning. All the celestial bodies are turning from right to left. That is why Paneurhythmy is danced from right to left in synchrony with them. Venus had been affected and turns clockwise. That is why the people born under the influence of the planet Venus always want to be different from the others, more extravagant, more modern. Venus directs the arts and love and even the fashion. That is why it changes so often. But this is only a lyrical digression. Why is the catastrophe in the solar system being mentioned? Because Paneurhythmy in this respect is a harmonious and creative expression of the divine principle in the universe, shown through those who dance it. This is one of the methods of the great living and intelligent nature. To straighten the axis of our planet, to restore the relationship with the world of ideas. The vertical, that is, the relationship, the earth, the sun, which goes along the backbone, and that is why the position of the body in the Paneurhythmy should be very upright. The body must be very erect. I'm going to talk about the posture because it is related to the world of ideas, and the vertical axis, the backbone, to be very erect, because alongside it the energies flow from the sun to the earth and vice versa. By playing the dance conscientiously, with an upright body and erect backbone, we're helping a little our planet, the Earth, to be able to gradually, step by step, straighten its axis. Turning, dancing in the circle of Paneurhythmy, we again and again assist our planet, and therefore all planets in the solar system, to come back to their circular orbits. That is, there is one and only center, the Sun, which for us is the visual image of God, says the teacher. And behind this visual image for us, our physical sun, stands, of course in a figurative sense, stands one much more superior sun. This is the spiritual sun, which is ruled by the divine sun. The divine, the spiritual and the physical are the three worlds that are interdependent. They flow into each other and work jointly on all the planets, including our own, the Earth. So Paneurhythmy leads us directly and indirectly to the circle, and that is why the circle is an important figure to observe in order for the circular orbits of the planets to be restored and naturally moving from right to left, synchronizing their movement with this of all the celestial bodies. We are going to help all those planets that reverse the direction of their movement. That is, we will join again that harmonious choir in which the entire solar system, all the planets, our sisters and brothers, sing, and our voice will sound more and more harmonious. If we consider once again the catastrophe in the solar system, and with the help of the astronomers look through the telescopes, we will see that the rings of Saturn are nothing else than the parts of the destroyed Phaeton. But because Saturn is related to the energies of order and discipline, they assigned to him to introduce order in this chaos, in this disorder created by the black sun. To introduce order, synchrony and rhythm, and because of this, the astronomers used to observe for 300 years the distance Cassini's cleft, which is located between the rings of Saturn, being constant at all times. That is, there Saturn works using his most positive abilities to restore order in this chaos. Or, for example, let's take the asteroid belt Trojans. Observed by the astronomers, it represents a constellation of stars which stays the same one throughout all the years of observation. The astronomers observe it for many years now, which means that the wise nature, the light beings, the forces of good, have already been given the task to restore the order in the solar system.
Силите на доброто вече са впрегнати, така да се каже, за да внесат порядък в Слънчевата система.
When we play the dance of Paneurhythmy conscientiously and think about these things such as vertical axis, the circular orbit, we have to move with small steps. Why small then? Because these are the methods of nature. Nature works with small values. Good works with small values. And it does it gradually. A child was born. Step by step, it grows under the cares of his mother and father, society, etc., becomes a youth, then an adult, and for all this time and efforts are required. On the opposite, evil acts on an impulse, and in most cases, suddenly, out of the blue. It is not necessary to look at the wars. They are good enough proof of the fact how difficult it is to build a human life, and alas, how quickly it is taken away. Why offer evil a chance to express itself again, if we as reasonable beings carry in our hearts only good feelings, benevolent and positive thoughts and good deeds? We stimulate the virtues put in us, and they are put in every living being. We give them the chance to develop. And then our children, our generation, will be completely different. These destructive negative impulses and strivings in our children and youth will disappear. They will be directed to one much more creative, much more constructive and conscientious work for the building of the personality as a conscientious and very ethical one. In fact, this is one of the tasks of Paneurhythmy. But let's start the first 10 exercises. They are a small part of the first section of Paneurhythmy, which has 3 sections. The first part consists of 28 exercises, which the teacher calls paneurhythmic ones. That is, this is not yet Paneurhythmy, but a preparation, a prep class, a transition to the real Paneurhythmy, the sun rays and the pentagram. If we divide it to A, B, C, the first big cycle relates to the physical world, to our Earth. Since the very first gesture of the 10 exercises, the seeds from the divine and the spiritual world are planted in this physical one. The small cycle, that is the first 10 exercises, represent one continuous cycle, as the teacher says, because they correspond with the season spring. It will be good to mention here that in Paneurhythmy all seasons of the year are presented. Spring, summer, autumn, and the winter is understood as a preliminary, internal, invisible process to our eyes, as the processes in nature. When in the autumn the grains of wheat are planted, throughout the entire winter they lie under the soil, waiting for the appropriate conditions to grow. That is, waiting for the spring. They are not dead, but simply not activated. They are in a state of rest, but under this external rest inside themselves, they are working, concentrating all their energy, waiting for spring. The seeds are still inactive in a state of peace, but under the external calm they work within themselves. They concentrate all their energy waiting for the appropriate moment to let their roots downward towards the nutritive juice of the earth and to gather all their powers to pierce this hard shell and come out on the surface. On the earth, in the soil, where the conditions for their germination are much more favorable. It is not by chance that the teacher speaks so often about the grain of wheat. He says the grain of wheat symbolizes the road of the human soul. From its very coming down on the earth through the spirit till its flying away back to its celestial place of origin, this is a long road of the human soul on which we're going to dwell later. So back to the notion that the winter in Paneurhythmy is understood as the individual work of each human soul, of every man, who has decided in full conscience to start on the road of evolution. And when a work is done conscientiously, the conscience attracts the energies. The invisible beings, who are our helpers, when they see our conscientious efforts to go on the road of improving, become so happy that they try their best to help us. And so back to the first 10 exercises, representing one small but continuous cycle, in fact correspond to the processes which take place in nature, around us and along with us, which in spring are eager and quick. Until yesterday there was snow, then the spring wind starts blowing and the sun shining, and here they are, seeds in germination, quick to grow, the flowers in bloom. That is why the first 10 exercises are played in the same pace, no pause between them and no stop. They are continuous because they are related to the invigorating spring energies. Of course, we have to understand it as a symbolic awakening of the human soul. And this awakening is not a one-act process, but a gradual one, as it all happens in nature around us. It is dangerous for the human soul to be awakened suddenly, either very fast or not in time. It is not yet strong and is not in a position to stand these vibrations, and then, alas, unwanted things can happen to it, namely to the human personality. It lives within us. The first day of spring.
il живет и не будет сослюбов, ставайте от сандеца, пролет мила вечно йде, тяла та природа те, сонце тепло вече грей, носить цвітя і плодове, носить песні і грі, повні всяка твар живот, буде радость Бога, розвеселява серця тобі. Грей, грей, сонце та благодатно, це убережно взяла та земля, і його піч воскреслі безброй цветя. Блязкові звезді, бриллианти светлі сказали я молвят, чистота луна, без пір лети по своя пот, по небес наших, і не яд пристига след нужда, сила і радость, младость і побіч, славця до носи, і вдохновлява, і возрастна красота. Сила і радость, младость і побіч, славця до носи, і вдохновлява, і возрастна красота. Этого рождался красивый день, этого славце только назиграй, и мне бурака весело птичице пей, бодро играем по рослі траві цветя. Светла та радость тобі в волі грай, сила душа та безвірно і зліва літя. Светла та радость тобі в волі грай, сила душа та безвірно і зліва літя. Планетите топічами, дивні мусила вас п'ями, присяду струна гарпа на мило сидів, машло то сонце посрештами на раніно. Вечір сіває без звезди середів, і луна та прекрасна небесна таші. Вечір сіває без звезди середів, і луна та прекрасна небесна таші. Этого рождался красивый день, этого славце только назиграй, и мне бурака весело птичице пей, бодро играем по рослій траві цветя. Светла та радость тобі в волі грай, сила душа та безвірно і зліва літя. Светла та радость тобі в волі грай, сила душа та безвірно і зліва літя. Порві один на пролетка, порві один на радоста, порві один на любовка, носила сила і живот, носила сила і живот. Порві один на пролетка, порві один на радоста, порві один на любовка, носила сила і живот.
The first 10 exercises are played one after the other. The different figures accompanying them, the ideas contained in the first 10 exercises, and each figure in Paneurhythmy corresponds to a given idea, force, energy, which come from the divine, spiritual and physical worlds. It starts with the 3 fingers. The divine world works at the physical level with the number 3, which is its norm. That is, the thumb, the forefinger and the 3rd finger. In the official church, these symbolize God the Father, God the Son and the Holy Spirit. The 3 fingers touch each other, and the other fingers are forming a gentle bow. And in this position are put in the curves of the shoulders. Go aside and back again. What does this mean? This means planting a seed from the divine world. It is appropriate here to point out that initially the teacher had given this figure with palms up. Later on he changed it to palms down. Why? He knows. But this is a task also for us to ponder on. And now, the awakening. I am showing the figures of the hands, and the different figures that follow are related to the different 10 exercises. From this point onward, at a given musical moment, the hands reach forward to the solar plexus at a distance of a span. Why the solar plexus? Because it is the door of the cosmic love. The cosmic love comes into us through the solar plexus. When we send the thought to the solar plexus, then we conscientiously open ourselves for the cosmic love. Not that it doesn't get in otherwise. It gets in because the solar plexus is linked to the vegetative system, that is, it rules all subconscious processes in humans and animals. The subconscious is ruled by the supreme reason. Unconscientiously we again accept the cosmic love, but it is different when we willfully direct our thought towards the solar plexus. Then we get a two-way relationship. The consciousness attracts the energies of the wise nature. We conscientiously connect with them, a conscientious exchange of energies with the wise nature. Namely, this is Paneurhythmy, this and many more things. There hardly exists a thing which is not Paneurhythmy. All negative things are not Paneurhythmy. On the contrary, all positive things are Paneurhythmy. And so, talking about the 2nd figure, which is called reconciliation, the hands come to a level of a span in front of the solar plexus. The 3 fingers touch each other again. Now I will show it in profile. Once more, the same 3 fingers play a role in the first 10 exercises. The hand is directed in such a way so the fingers point forward and form a gentle bow, go to the level of the shoulders. Reconciliation. The awakening human soul seeks to establish contacts with all the awakening souls. Along the very soft curves of reconciliation, here is the time to note that all geometrical lines take part in Paneurhythmy. Straight, curved, mixed, or wave-like. They are naturally related to the different natural forces. The curved lines we are talking about at the moment are related to the energies of love. The straight lines are related to the energies of will. The mixed or the wave-like are related to the energies of wisdom. That is, the heart, the mind, and the will of the man participate in them, and that is why the teacher says that the will is the child of the heart and the mind. These two organs determine the child. The child takes after the mother and the father. Unfortunately, these two organs, through which the soul and the spirit express themselves, are not as perfect as the soul and the spirit themselves. The teacher says about them that they have completed their evolution. Therefore, both the spirit and the soul have completed their evolution, but the organs through which they are expressed, the heart and the mind, alas, are not as perfect. And here is one more task to solve for the intelligent person who seeks perfection. To make perfect our heart and mind, in order our will to be an intelligent one, namely a will of a higher order. Reconciliation. But why at the level of shoulders? We correspond with the physical world from the earth to the diaphragm, then from it to the shoulders, i.e. the lungs, the heart and the solar plexus are related to the spiritual world. The head is an instrument of the divine world. In respect to the solar plexus, the teacher says that it had completed its evolution, the former capital of man. The first Christians used to get in contact with the angelic world directly through the solar plexus. And this capital, this gift to us from the superior wise beings, in fact, will be developed from now on. Here is our task, not at all an easy one, and a very serious and also very responsible one. Out of 50 brain centers, we use more or less only 10. See how many possibilities we have. The teacher says that there are no conditions on earth which allow creating this organ, the brain. Therefore, it was created under other conditions and simply gifted to us by the first race, obviously newcomers belonging to superior civilizations. A magical gift for us people. We still have not mastered it completely, so we cannot use its full capacity. But the possibilities programmed in this computer are unbelievable, because man is a microcosmos, hence the forces which had created the macrocosmos, the megacosmos, these same ones have created man. These are the same forces. Because of that, the possibilities hidden in the macro and megacosmos are present in us as well. And in this way we could interpret that God has created man according to his own image and likeness. That is, the possibilities to be gods are also hidden in us. And we used to be such, but we were chased out of paradise. But that is another topic of conversation. Let me give you an example. Imagine that we are gifted a spaceship with the ability to travel in space to any point of space, but we have mastered to travel only from Sofia to Varna. The spaceship is technically equipped in such a way that we can fly in the whole universe. This is what our brain is. This is that magnificent gift presented to us by our friends, who had already walked the same road as ourselves and are aware of all the traps, temptations and chances for making mistakes. Hence, our task is to work and to develop our brain. Our nervous system is in a process of development, and it is stimulated if we, in full conscientiousness, first step on our toes and then on our heels. So, stepping first on toes and then on heels, the concussion of the brain and vertebral column is avoided, and the finest branching of our nervous system are being stimulated. As I have said, we have to keep the vertical axis and bring more attention to the posture and the steps. The steps should be small. Why? Because this is the way the evolution works. This is the evolution's way, gradually, without concussions, step by step, as the natural processes take place. We have already mentioned them a while ago. This is the normal pace of the first 10 exercises. The upright posture, the look is at the level of the head but a tiny bit above it. So, not horizontal, but a little bit above the horizon. The body is erect and the shoulders are straightened backward. We first step on toes, then on heels. The leading part is, as we said, the solar plexus. To this normal pace corresponds a normal step. Therefore, when in the future we say a normal step, we mean exactly this. Body straight, small steps, first on toes, then on heels. We have already explained the exercises. And now let's go back to the figures. The second figure is the reconciliation. Here the forces of love are working. Curved lines. Here we reach the boundary of the divine world. This is the border between the spiritual and the divine world. Well, please note that the first 10 exercises are developed here in the field of the spiritual world. The diaphragm, shoulders, but with the very first gesture, seeds are being planted from the divine world. The reconciliation, the soft principle, the love, they solve all the problems. Love scares the hell out of the devil himself, the teacher says. There is no other thing to scare the devil but love. And from here we get the transition to the giving. The hands are located in the area of the heart. The people who have long hands, like me, in order to make the giving figure out of the area of the heart, should pull their elbows a little bit backward. And then we have that motion forward of the hands up to the level of the waist and the diaphragm, as we are carrying a tray full of gifts or full of beautiful fruit, the fruit of our soul, love, meekness, kindness and patience. Virtues that we have to develop from now on. The teacher says that the virtues are that capital around which the forces of the wise nature start spinning. That is why Paneurhythmy should be introduced as a subject for children to study in schools in order to teach them virtues. And so, the giving, the receiving, I give, I receive. Look here, I don't say I take, but I give, I receive. Because you cannot take something which is not given to you, but you can receive something only when it is given to you. I give with love, and I receive with love. The great principle of the exchange of energies. The law of giving. The more you give, the more you are going to receive. A man should be like a spring. The more it gives away with love, the more it will receive. The more you plug the source, the more the water gets bogged, swampy, and loses its qualities. But if the water is actively moving and giving, it becomes richer and fresher. From the giving, here is a transition to the ascending. I'll show you in profile. The right hand goes up, the left hand backward, and the hands take turns one after the other. Talking about spring, the striving of the human soul locked in our body to go back quicker to its celestial place of origin. That is why it should go higher and higher and higher. But it cannot return so quickly because it has still more problems to solve on the earth. The look follows the hand. The thought goes through the hand stretched forward, then reaches the tips of the fingers and flies on and on far away. It is very important that the thought should go alongside the full hand length. The hand which goes backward also means that going upward, the thought goes through the hand, right to the tips of the fingers. That is, the hand is in the power of the thought till the last second, to the tips of the nails, and then the descending hand goes backward. The ascending is an alternation of joys and sorrows. Well, it is sad when there are sorrows, but when the joys take their turns, it is much more pleasant and better appreciated. When the hand is backward, it is in the valley of sorrow. When going up, we are climbing in the kingdom of joy. The joys bring us revelation. The sadness and sorrows reveal the secrets to us. Hence we cannot avoid sorrows. At least this is true for the earth. Well, the ascending till one musical moment. The left hand waits for the descending right one, and both hands impetuously go upward, followed by our look. Our look usually follows the hands or hand going upward. This exercise is called elevating. The awakening human soul is eager to walk faster and faster on its evolution road. But it doesn't happen so quickly, but moves slowly as a boat in a calm sea. It moves our body, of course. This is a call for love, brotherhood and unity. A call which tells us that the new era of love is coming. The new era, the new culture and the new race, which love will bring to humanity. The heart is an expression of love. And the Slavonic race, like the heart of the cosmic man, has the task, while coming out on the stage, to show the possibilities of love which can produce wonders, to lift man to the level of divinity. And so, a call for the new. From here, from above the left hand goes to the waist, and the right hand in front of the chest. The next exercise is called the opening. Here is one decisive line. The movements in Paneurhythmy are gentle, flexible, beautiful and continuous. I'd say even elegant ones. But here and there we have an energetic accent, which shows a gesture of will. The straight line, I open myself to all positive things. Purity at 3 levels. Not only a clean physical life, pure thoughts, pure emotions, pure behavior, only positive ones. I close myself for all negative things. I'm not going to be jealous or envious or wishing the impossible, and so on and so forth. everything negative leave behind. I will work only with positive things. The next exercise, both hands meet again in front of the solar plexus. It is called liberating. The one and only figure in Paneurhythmy for the first and the last time, the fist. As if we have got hold of a heavy metal chain or stick. And we intend to break it. Suppose it is a stick. I'm breaking it first in this way. Here I'm showing it in slow motion. In fact, touch the knuckles of the four fingers at a distance of a span from the solar plexus. I decisively break, I tear off and throw away. What do I tear off and throw away? I tear off the chains of karma. Please note in what line I'm doing it. Decisive is the gesture, but the curves are working here, that is, the lines of love. Only with love the difficult issues of karma could be solved. We live just in that time. In this liquidation century, everyone is here to pay his or her karma interests. Now is the time, although it is difficult for us, to pay for or to solve these problems of the karma and to enter the world of dharma, that is, the world of love. Only by means of love, forgiveness and self-sacrifice, things brought by Jesus Christ when he came on the earth, we can solve this difficult problem. Hence we free ourselves. We tear off these chains. Then here comes the joy that we have released ourselves. All chains are thrown behind us. Behind me, all the negative thoughts, emotions and actions. I am entering a sunny and joyful world, full of flowers, love and harmony between all living beings. A man can conscientiously learn to love step by step, and this love to expand and expand and expand. This is one of the tasks of Paneurhythmy, to teach us to go beyond the restrictive notion of the selfish love, I love myself. I love a little bit more my wife, my husband, I love my child. I love my family, my relatives, my people, I love the whole of humanity. I love all the nature around me. I love the whole cosmos. I love the skies, the stars, the wind, the clouds. I love the sun. This is the ascending path of love. This is one of the methods of Paneurhythmy, to teach us to love. This love to expand more and grow and grow. In the dance, the love is presented in the 10th exercise. For the moment, we are still at the liberating, the joy of release. There is clapping in the same place, just a span from the solar plexus. And as if by a momentum, the hands go a bit higher. Clapping of hands, and then they form a beautiful bud of a rose, just about to crack open. This rosebud, just about to crack open, but not yet, is our soul, which enjoys the freedom from the chains of all negative things, emotions and actions, is just about to blossom into the beautiful flower of love. It blossoms later in the sun rays. Just a reference to the rays. Here is one flower in blossom, here is the bud. And now the joys of liberating. The hands are put again at the level of the shoulders and clapping again. From here, the hands are turned at a right angle to the earth and as if we embrace the air. The 3 fingers are again called to action. I am showing them. Near the mouth, then turned and transformed into such a movement as if we are scooping, breathing through the nose and exhaling through the mouth. Breathing through the nose, then back, exhaling through the mouth. The exercise is called breathing but also purifying. Hence the air, when getting inside us, goes all the way through and purifies us, purifying purity in our body, purity of our thoughts, purity of our emotions, purity in our actions. That is, no self-seeking, self-interest. The teacher says, I recognize one church, the one which serves God selflessly. This is the divine church. And purified in this way, there is one other interpretation, planting of the word of God because we reach the mouth. We become transmitters of the word of God. And God breathed soul into man, created him according to his image and likeness. This is the 9th exercise, after which follows the 10th one, the flying. The impulse comes again from the solar plexus, transfers itself backward to the shoulder blade. I'll show in profile we're flying powerfully with the 3 parts of the hand. The physical, the spiritual and the divine. An upsurge comes from the solar plexus and is then transferred to the hands. The awakening soul wants to fly as the pigeons flying around us. All the other awakening souls as a flock of birds. Or I take the divine love, I use it, and I transfer it to all living beings. I am the aerial which receives it. I don't keep it to myself, but transfer it to all living beings. When Paneurhythmy is danced in the physical world, it is danced in the spiritual one as well. Here are the pigeons, they took off. This is the end of the first 10 exercises, which are figures on, as I have mentioned, the normal pace of the feet. And the foot left behind is the last to come back to the initial position. This is the principle in Paneurhythmy. It doesn't matter which one. First the foot and only then are the hands lowered.
Вставайте от сонця, пролеть мила вечно йде, ця природа те, сонце тепло вече грей, носить цвітя і плодове, носить песні і грі, повні всяка твар живот, буде радостно дух, развеселява серця тобі. Дрей, сонце до благодатно, це убережно цяла та земля, і його вічна скеля свій безброй цвітя. Бляскаві звезді бриллянті светлі сказали я молвят, чистота луна, без спір лети посилає кот, по небес нашим, і нелят пристига след нужда. Сила і радость, младость і бабіч, славце доносить і вдохновлява, і возрастна в красота. Сила і радость, младость і бабіч, славце доносить і вдохновлява, і возрастна в красота. Рождался красивый день, этого славы только нас играй, химни бурата весело птиц.
One of the significant rules in Paneurhythmy is that the people playing the dance observe a certain constant distance, one stretched hand between the dancing couples. Even when the circle was not complete, the teacher used to require it, although the distance of one stretched hand could not be observed, at least the distance between the couples to be the same. These distances he called the gates. He used to often look at the dancing couples and say, "Close the gates, close the gates."
Присягу струна арфа нарила сидів, машло до сонце посрештами на ранину. Вечір сіяє без звезди середів, і луна та прекрасна в небесна таші. Вечір сіяє без звезди середів, і луна та прекрасна в небесна таші. Этого рождался красивый день, этого славце только нас играй, химни бурата весело птиченце пей, подруги граем поросні траві цвітя. Светла та радость обілмані грай, сила душа та безспірно ізрівані дня. Светла та радость обілмані грай, сила душа та безспірно ізрівані дня. Парвія день напролет, парвія день радость, парвія день на любов, носила сила і живот, носила сила і живот. Парвія день напролет, парвія день радость, парвія день на любов, носила сила і живот, носила сила і живот. И земята се свободна от съня, почва нови светъл ден, новия ден на пролетта. И природата ликува, че я слънце топло грей, и лъчи обилно лей, всичко радва се и пее.
Първите 10
The first 10 exercises could be viewed as the double spiral of the DNA molecule, which was discovered in the 20th century, and 3 of the 4 scientists were awarded the Nobel Prize.
в 20 век и 3 от 4 откриватели са нобелисти.
When I was a student in Italy, I visited the Vatican. I found myself on the top of a tower and started to climb down a spiral cobbled path inside the tower. When I got down and looked up, I realized that the path was double. That is, there were 2 paths, descending on both sides, but seen from above they seemed one. Perhaps my explanation is not very clear, but I want to point out that probably not the formula itself, but the idea of double spirals, that is in fact the shape of the DNA molecule, was familiar long before it was discovered in the 20th century. That is, numerous discoveries were made in ancient times, but they had to be rediscovered later on. In the first 10 exercises, as in a DNA molecule, we find encoded all most important moments of human evolution in the ascending path of the human soul, and this plays a crucial role for its further development. At this stage they are only hinted at, given as a stroke, which is elaborated on with the enfolding of Paneurhythmy. In the first, second and first section I have given an example with clapping. Analyzing them, we can see how these figures evolve and blossom out to the fall. It is then that their implicit presence in the first 10 exercises is understood. They are just strokes, but significant ones. One-act processes like giving birth, for example, are outlined in the first exercises. They are given in a single gesture like a blooming flower. That gesture is never repeated again, but their essential developments are still to come. The apple blossom, for example, hides the ovary.
В природата около нас са дадени с един жест, който повече не се явява. Но други важни моменти, които ще станат.
At first we can only see a beautiful blossom, but the beautiful petals fall out. The really important thing is the ovary. It starts growing and it grows until it ripens into a wonderful fruit. And the ripened fruits, the fruits of your labor, you will see only when you go into the invisible world, says the Master. It is not accidental that in the pentagram the tree has 12 fruits. The spiritual world works with the number 12. The first 10 exercises are finished. In fact, they contain the secret of the future development, the blossoming of human soul and the blossoming expansion of our consciousness.
които включват всъщност в себе си тайната на последващото развитие, разцъфтяване на човешката душа и разцъфтяването и разширението на нашето съзнание.
Paneurhythmy is based on 7 main principles, 7 being a divine number, which are in fact the principles of the universe. They are the following. The principle of intelligent reason. All is wise in the universe, irrespective of our understanding it or not. The second principle is the principle of correspondence, of similarities. There are similarities between idea, tone, shape, color, number, etc. There are a lot of examples of these in life around us. The third important principle is the principle of vibrations or movements. Everything around vibrates and moves. The vibration and movement are different in frequency. Starting from physical through the spiritual to the divine world, the vibrations increase their frequency, the slowest being the ones of the physical world, becoming faster and faster and reaching its peak in the divine world. Another basic principle on which is founded the universe, and naturally it is valid for paneurhythmy, is the principle of polarity, the dualistic principle, the principle of male and female nature, the poles of the earth. There are poles in flowers and in plants. If we just look around, there are a lot of examples of polarity. The fifth is the principle of rhythm, the principle of periodic movement, repetition, rhythm. And examples of this we have plenty around us, starting with music and ending with the rhythmical repetition of the seasons, spring, summer, autumn, winter. There is also a rhythm in the historical processes and phenomena. Another one is the principle of cause and effect, the connection between the two. One very hard example is the issue of karma. Why do you punish us, Lord? The Lord is not the institution which punishes. It is a different one. The Lord is most benign, most gracious and most forgiving. But we must drink as we have brewed in our present or past life, and we have to suffer and bear the consequences. Simply a cause and effect connection. The principle of unity, and we can call it different names, it depends on us. This is the absolute, the wise beginning, the intelligent nature, God. This principle of unity rules the whole universe, despite of the similarities being close or distant ones. They exist anyway. These 7 principles are clearly evident in paneurhythmy, if we take a scientific look at them. Exercise 11. Evera. Evera means born of God. Eve is the principle of birth. Ra, the Egyptian god of the sun. Evera, born of God. Performing Evera, we face the center. If we assume that the musicians are on the left and here is the center, this means that we face the center. In Evera, we face the center, turn our back to the center, and we face ahead. When we face the center, we work with the energies that descend through the musicians. If we assume that they represent the center, through the musicians, the divine energy descends in its purest form. For that reason, the musicians bear the great responsibility for the harmony. If harmony is disrupted, it immediately reflects on the whole circle and reduces the vibrations for all participants as a whole. The divine energy descending from above passes through the musicians to the dancers, turned to face the center of the circle. This is an acquisition of energy, and our personal work with the energies that are received from the cosmos through the sun. First, the sun generates and then transforms the cosmic energies to make them suitable for us, three-dimensional beings. We cannot use the cosmic energy directly. It must be transformed by the sun. When we face the center of the circle, this is our individual work. When our back is turned to the center, we pass on all that we have received from our Father, from God. We pass it on to the world. That is, we contact the world when we face the periphery. There is something in Evera and in principle in Paneurhythmy to pay attention to when it is worked with the left side, that is the heart, the female principle. When we turn to the right side, that is the mind, the male principle. In Evera we turn to the left, then to the right, and there we move forward. The arms are at 45 degrees behind. Then they reach an angle of 45 degrees forward, and next they again go to 45 degrees behind. Why is this angle so important? The teacher rates it highly. This angle of 45 degrees actually amplifies the true electromagnetic currents in us, in our aura. This is because our aura isn't manifested only forward. It is above, behind and beneath us. That is, we are as a yolk in an egg. I apologize for the pragmatic example, but it is figurative. We can compare the yolk with the physical body, which floats in the white of the egg that is surrounded by the eggshell. The eggshell is our aura. There is a fine fresco in the Cathedral Alexander Nevsky, where these three layers are quite clearly depicted in the image of Jesus. By the way, in the Gospel there is such a scene where there are a lot of people around Christ, and he says, "Who touched my clothes?" And his disciples tell him, "Thou seest the multitude thronging thee." And he says, "Who touched me?" Jesus with his aura feels that this is the woman that has had an issue of blood for 12 years, and with her great faith she touches his garment from behind to obtain energy from him, for she believes that if she touches him, she will be whole. And indeed she was healed, and he says, "Thy faith is great, woman." Due to her faith, she is healed. This means he feels who touches his aura, breaks his outer shell, and consumes his energy field, in the sense that psychics talk about the aura energy field. Whether we call it bioenergy field or aura, these are terms that mean the same thing. Thus, in Evera, keeping these 45 degrees forward and behind, we outline the boundaries of our aura. From the left side, we work with the energies of love, the female principle, turning to the right through the prism of the male principle, and then going forward, joy is born. That is, from love and wisdom, from the female and male. Joy, you paradise child, you divine and pure flame. We step quietly and charmed. O my goddess, in your temple, all your charms are joining people who do modern times are split. Brothers do become all people when you flutter your wings. Schiller's Ode to Joy at the end of the Ninth Symphony by Beethoven, which is the hymn of the European Union, gives us the musical equivalent of this Ode to Joy. Thus, from love and wisdom, the joy is born, and the move forward is ahead to the truth, the supreme reality. And I'll show it in front of the VCR to be clearer. Here it is left, right, forward. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Through love, through joy, towards the truth. Through wisdom, through joy, towards the truth, the supreme reality. How should we study the exercise Evera? After the first 10 exercises, which, as we said, are a small cycle, and they follow an ordinary course. In the first 10 exercises, we don't think about the feet. After that, however, it is necessary to learn the steps at first, and then the movements of the arms. That's why I will show you the steps of Evera. First position. The body weight is on the left foot. The body faces the center. The right foot is ready to start. That is, the toes are in contact with the ground in forward position. For convenience, when I'm displaying the steps, I'll put the hands on the waist in order not to distract the attention. I start with the right foot. 1, a step forward. 2, a step forward. 3, return to the right foot. Left, right, we return to the left. Right, left, return to the right. Left, right, return to the left. Right, left, return to the right. 1, 2, face the center. 1, 2, back is facing the center. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. First position. The body weight is on the left, facing the center, the orchestra. The arms reach the angle of 45 degrees behind with the palms towards the body. Step with the right foot. The arms go forward with a delicate flight. The eyes follow them. Return to the right foot. The arms pass tightly along the body, reaching an angle of 45 degrees behind. Left foot. Flight, returning to the left foot. Right, flight, returning to the right foot. Left foot, right foot, returning to the left foot. Right foot, left foot, backward. The exercise finishes with a flight, a delicate flight forward. What do these movements express? The energies from the earth pass through us, travel to the sun. We receive the energies of the sun, they pass through us and go to the earth. This is the regulation of the sun and earth energies in us.
Evera.
Jumping. The participants face the center. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Flying upward. The exercise finishes when the arms are taken down at the side of the body. What does this exercise mean? Jumping is the only exercise in which the participants bend down, bow before the great Creator, before the great intelligent beginning, gratitude for that which God gives us. Life, love, harmony, conditions to manifest us. That is the bow. That is the joy. Clapping, an expression of joy, and when the arms are upward, we always have a link with the divine world. Completing the exercise, the arms are taken down alongside the body. That is, we take down the divine energies through the spiritual world, down to the physical world.
Скачане.
Sečko raste
Преди започване на упражнение,
Before starting the exercise, the outside partner, that is the one on the right, has stepped forward. The exercise is built on the number 8.
ръцете се движат
The arms move continuously
на височина на раменете.
at the height of the shoulders, which outlines the boundary between the spiritual and the divine world.
Започва се с десни,
The start is from the right foot, as each new exercise in Paneurhythmy starts with the right foot.
1,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, where 8 is returning to the back foot, in this case the left foot.
движенията на ръцете.
The arm gestures actually show the weaving itself.
Сега идва ред на
Now comes the shuttle, which moves from the left to the right and vice versa. The outside partner, in this case me,
кръстосната
crosses the right leg. The crossing is always in front of the leg.
1,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. As we see, the feet fold foot by foot, in order not to move the partners away from each other, to keep the distance between them. Correspondingly, the left partner, who is at the back, has crossed his left leg in front as always. Now both partners start together, and the one in front is always in front, that is, the outer is always in front, and the one in the center is always at the back. Both start with the right foot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now, being an outer partner, I am from the outer side and will cross the left leg respectively. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And again 8 steps forward, and again a crossing. The shuttle works, and again 8 forward, and so on. When the exercise is finished, the inner partner is out and the outer partner is in, and in such a way they stay till the end of the first part of Paneurhythmy.
краят на първия дял на паневритмия. Така не.
Всеки ден, всеки час, всякоя минута, ніч нове і тече найкрасиві мислі, і живот свят і чист, в душі теплі каме. Нікому любов серця царова, доброта, милосердя в нас і доживай. Світліна і веселі гена вред добрей. Нікому любов серця царова, доброта, милосердя в нас і доживай. Світліна і веселі гена вред добрей. Світиться аромат, сладостен піреят, птички тепле весна шир, шуму літа пеят, і дождеться траволі на тміні і лівані. Ой, піди, всякий день, всякоя минута, щеро ще росте, і оброжте сен, і в душі тесі красиві, пісні геда птачем.
Мисли.
Think.
Както самото заглавие
The very heading of this exercise tells us that there is a link with the mental world.
свят. Участниците са
The participants face forward.
обърнати по посока на движение. Първата фигура на мисли
The first figure in Think is stationary. In advance, the arms have been set outward to the periphery of the circle.
периферията на кръга и
and with a gentle arc pass in parallel to each other. Then they move towards the center. This happens at the word think. The eyes follow the arms. Think. Then the energies from the center are transferred to the periphery. Think, right. There is a gentle greeting, gentle breeze, a shade as in sending greeting to the mental world. The fact that it is called think suggests that the exercise corresponds to the spiritual world, and as was said, the boundary between the spiritual and the physical world is the diaphragm, and the upper part is the shoulder girdle. Therefore, the arms depicting these delicate arcs shouldn't penetrate too far downwards to the physical field. This figure is performed standing. After that, we set off with the right foot. The second figure is on the move, a vigorous step. The hands are on the span in front of the solar plexus. The step is normal. We imagine that the earth has visited us and we embrace her with bright thoughts, sacred thoughts. We embrace it with both arms. Sacred thoughts for life you sustain. And the third figure walking, sustain, sustain, sustain. The feet keep moving on. The arms are put out and return to the second figure. Sacred thoughts for life you sustain. The straight lines of the sustain, sustain, sustain show that the will energies take part here. We've said that in Paneurhythmy, the power of the heart, mind and will are called to work in harmony. The soft lines were the love lines, despite the issue being about a thought. We can think with love about something or somebody. The earth empowering with sacred thoughts, cleansing the aura of the earth from all kinds of dark and negative thoughts with the help of the will. Sustain, sustain, sustain.
Свещени мисли за живота ти крепи, свещени мисли за живота ти крепи, свещени мисли за живота ти крепи, свещени мисли за живота ти крепи. Крепи, 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 свещени мисли за живота ти крепи. Крепи, 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 свещени мисли за живота ти крепи. Свещени мисли за живота ти крепи, свещени мисли за живота ти крепи, свещени мисли за живота ти крепи, свещени мисли за Треpi, 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 свещени мисли за живота ти треpi.
Аум.
Aum. The first, most powerful and strongest vibration from which everything has originated. Aum in Western languages is Amen. Aum is the most sacred and the shortest prayer. Aum is a mantra, a thought, an idea, a thought accompanied by music and motion. It has an incredibly strong influence. As Aum is a short but sacred prayer, the arm going forward represents the humility of the human soul before God. I will show the steps first. The participants face the direction of the dance, and it is from the right to the left, as we said before. I step slowly on the right foot, at first on the toes, then on the heels. As Aum is a prayer, the exercise is slow. I transfer the weight onto the right foot, so the body keeps an upright position. Towards the end of Aum there is a pull-up along the spine, as if somebody has caught us and pulled us upward. The upright position shouldn't be upset in any way, even though the impulse goes ahead with the front arm. I step slowly on the front foot and transfer the body weight. The back foot now is on the toes. At the last second we even stand on the tips of the toes, and the back foot for a split second is separated from the earth. Standing on the tips of the toes, we manifest the link with the spiritual world, with the mental world. Aum is an exercise that pulls us out from the physical world and introduces us to the realm of the spiritual world. Next, without stopping, we transfer the weight to the left foot. It also steps at first on the toes and then on the heels. The body weight is on the left foot. We keep the upright position, pull up the spine, stand on the tips of the toes and gently release the back foot. The arms, the front one, follows the front leg. That is the right arm, the right leg. As we transfer the body weight on the right foot, the right hand faces God with humility. The palm is a manifestation of the innermost self. Therefore, we send God our call to unite with Him, with our innermost self. This is a very gentle line. I emphasize a very gentle line of the front arm, which doesn't have anything in common, as the teacher says, with Heil Hitler. This means that it isn't stretched and the fingers don't point forward. Take a look. The back arm is stretched perfectly at 45 degrees, at the back with a palm upward. The eyes follow the front arm. Aum. We pull up the body, then the eyes lower, the left arm, in turn in the same way, is brought out gently forward. Aum. I gently stand on the tips of the toes and take the back foot from the ground. The front arm is linked with the sun energies. They flow freely through us. We use them. And when the front arm, in this case the right one, goes backwards, it sends the energies to the earth. The back arm takes the earth energies from the earth. They pass through us, and we send them to the sky. That is the regulation of sun and earth energies. This is the exercise, Aum.
Aum.
Изгрява слънцето.
The sun is rising. The movement is round the circle. We slowly transfer the body weight to the right foot, then to the left one, so we have a couple of slow steps. At this time, the arms, starting from the solar plexus, depict the sunrise. That is, the solar disk that we follow with the eyes. A circle with the arms in which the middle fingers touch each other. Arms aren't just above the head, but a bit more forward, where we can follow them with the eyes. This is in the sun rising. I will show it once more. On the right foot, the sun is slowly rising. The sun is rising. At the last syllable, the sun has already risen. We have a beautiful disc in front of our face. Then the arms gradually turn outward to the left foot. It sends light to the height of the shoulders, so it sends light. The arms gradually turn with the palms downward, and at the height of the shoulders they are with the palms downward. After that they turn to perpendicular direction. Again a slow step with the right foot. It brings joy to life. From it brings joy to life, the arms slowly descend and are put back as in the first position, at the level of the solar plexus touching it. This is repeated. Then we start with the left foot. The sun is rising. Right foot, it sends light. Left foot, it brings joy to life. So far, we have been talking about the sun. We described its rise, but actually we infer the rising of the human soul, of the sun, of the divine in the human soul. From now on, however, we already work with the earth power, with the earth energies. We start vigorously with the right foot, the arms down at both sides of the body, and as if the water is springing from the earth. Power, alive, spring, running. Keep on walking. Power, alive, spring, running. Zun, me, zun. Walking, we move the arms either close to the body or we put them forward. The first movement of the arms is towards the chest. Some remarks about the figure zun me zun. In the explanation, since the times of the teacher, there are some differences. Once in this figure, the movement is given first towards the body. At the other place it is explained, the movement at first is outward the body. In my opinion, we have to stick to the tradition. According to it, since Paneurhythmy has been performed, the first movement is towards the body. And as it is a rather important element, during the years it would have been difficult to be slurred over. If it were something tiny, it can be omitted in the course of time. But here we have a difference of 90 degrees, which, in my opinion, cannot be slurred over, and therefore should be performed according to the tradition. That is, the first movement is towards the chest. These exercises, think, aum, the sun is rising, are the core of Paneurhythmy, its deepest essence, through which the energies of living nature are manifested.
На паневритмика, около който се групират, около който се насочват и чрез който се изявяват силите на живата природа. Изгрява слънцето.
вином кумека, из гроба солнце прошло светлина, ночи радость зажива хотя. Из гроба солнце прошло светлина, сила жива изворна чужда, сила жива изворна чужда, сила жива изворна чужда, сила жива изворна чужда. Зум, 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 вином кумека, зум, зум, вином кумека.
Упражнение квадрат.
Square. The square is the only exercise in which the dancers leave the circle and go to the center. Why? The awakening human soul isn't strong enough to be able to fight against the contradictions and temptations of life with these great difficulties. That is why for a split second, as if it seems to lose hope, then the soul turns to her Father, to God, for help. In this case, this is the center of the circle, where the musicians are, the conductors of the divine energy, now descending during Paneurhythmy. Thus, the couples go to the center. After that, they turn to the left at 90 degrees, moving clockwise, that is, opposite to the circle of Paneurhythmy, and then turn again at 90 degrees. They go back to the circle, then turn again, move round the circle, and come to the place they have started from. Turn again to the center, and all that is repeated once again. The exercise square is built on the number 8, where the 8th step is stepping with the left foot next to the right one. In the square, the dancers turn to the east, to the west, to the north, and to the south. In fact, the development of incorporated virtues is stimulated by linking with these directions. When we are turned to the south, the energies that develop the virtue are stimulated. When we are turned to the north, truth is developed. And when we are turned to the east, that of justice is stimulated and incorporated into the person. West, this is the life on the earth. The teacher encouraged the study of occult science, including astrology. At that time, an astrologer turned to the teacher and said, "Teacher, probably Jesus had only trines. In astrology, the trine is the most promising planet combination."
От астрологична гледна точка, тригонът е най-благоприятната констелация на планетите. Учителят казал:
The teacher responded, "No, Jesus had only squares.
квадратурата е
And the square is the hardest aspect in astrology, because in the square are enclosed very powerful energies, but they are enclosed because they are opposite to each other. And since they act with equal strength, they cannot manifest themselves at the moment. That is, in the square, in this aspect, there are innumerable strengths and energies, and we are responsible for channeling these energies rightly." Both exercises following the square, beauty and flexibility, are functions of the square. The energies enclosed in the square are electricity and magnetism. In the next two exercises, it is no accident that they have the same melody in order to suggest that they are functions of the square. The energies of the square, transformed through the female focus, through the male focus, through the creative male and through the building female focus. Now I'll try to show how the square is performed. The pairs face the center. There are two figures of the arms and one figure of the feet. The rest is walking. At first I'll show the movements of the feet. When the pair is stationary, the movements of the feet are, in order not to distract the attention, the hands are on the waistline. The body is upright, as we have said. The right foot goes to the side and then returns. The left foot goes to the side and returns. Again the right foot goes and returns. The left foot and the return. Next, the couple goes to the center in 8 steps. 8 small steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, with a turn to the left at 90 degrees. 8 is a return of the left foot. Then there is a stationary figure. Again the right foot is moved out and back, the left, the right, the left, and the pair goes clockwise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, a turn on 8. The right foot is moved out and back, the left, the right foot is moved out, the left foot is moved out, and one goes round the circle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7, a turn. 8, the left foot is returned, and again left foot is moved out, right foot is moved out, the left foot is moved out, the right foot, the left foot, and a head round the circle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That is, the pair has returned to where it started. And the whole exercise is repeated once more. Now I'll show the figure for the hands. First position. The pair faces the center. The hands perform a figure outlining the boundary between the spiritual and the divine world. When the figure is stationary, the hands are with this figure. But when, however, we start moving, the arms describe a semicircle and return. Only the middle fingers touch to the side. Next comes a stationary figure that is always accompanied with a parallel movement of the arms apart. But while moving, there are again the beautiful semicircles. The semicircles include the moment of turning back, the stationary figure, the move towards the periphery, and the eyes follow these beautiful semicircles. Movements at one place, that is a stationary figure, a movement round the circle, accompanied with the beautiful semicircles of the arms. 7, 8, that is the pair coming back to the position occupied at the beginning of the square.
Квадрат. Сонце погрей, трепни зората, вот живот и любов. Трепни зората, грей на бриллянтени лъчи. Всичко днес пей, всичко днес сладко гласно пей. За Божий ден, за нови светъл Божий ден, за радост нова, що в сърцата ни безспирно лей. Всичко днес пей, всичко днес сладко гласно пей. За Божий ден, за нови светъл Божий ден, за радост нова, що в сърцата ни безспирно лей. Слънцето грей, трепни зората, от живот и любов. Трепни зората, грей на бриллянтени лъчи. Всичко днес пей, всичко днес сладко гласно пей. За Божий ден, за нови светъл Божий ден, за радост нова, що в сърцата ни безспирно лей. Всичко днес пей, всичко днес сладко гласно пей. За Божий ден, за нови светъл Божий ден, за радост нова, що в сърцата ни безспирно лей.
Красота.
Beauty. Beauty is the first function of the square. The right channeling of the energies enclosed in the square passed through the prism of the male creative origin. Despite having a male creative origin, the movements are very graceful and beautiful. I will show the steps first. As usual, the exercise starts with the right foot. The right foot steps, the body goes back, then the left foot, a return to the right foot, the right foot, a return, the right foot, the left foot, a return, the left foot, the right foot, return, the right foot, the left foot, return, left foot. The arms accompany the corresponding foot. The right arm goes in parallel to the right foot and the left arm together with the left foot. When there is a forward hand move, it is moved first to a horizontal position. Then it reaches the desired angle of 45 degrees that the teacher lays down. And then we have already a slight forward turn of the palm. The contact with the invisible world, through our innermost self. I'm showing the right hand move out, which goes back tightly to the body, and in contrast to a vera, it goes backwards at 45 degrees, but with the palm facing the body. I will show it in profile. The hands take turns. The right foot, the right hand. The left hand, the left foot. The left halves work. The eyes follow the forward arm. This is the correct use of the electric power enclosed in the square. The electricity in the human being. The electric power. This is the exercise beauty. Exercise, mobility. This is the next function of the square. The powers that work through this exercise are magnetism, the female principle, the cumulative principle, and the sustainable principle. That is why the exercise is given in two versions by the teacher. I will show both versions. The participants face the center. I'll show first the steps. The body weight is on the left foot. The right is on the toes and ready to move. The right foot, a step forward. I turn straight away at 180 degrees. That is, with the back to the center. A step on the left foot. A right leg crossed over the left one. A step with the left foot. I return to the right foot, that is, the body swings backwards on the right foot. All this is repeated, but with the left foot. A step on the left foot, a turn back to the center, a step on the right foot in the line of dance, a crossed step with the left foot. The crossed leg position is always done in front of the foot. The right foot forward, the body swings backwards, and the right foot outward, turn back the left foot, the right foot crossed left, the left, return. The left foot, turn back inward, and so on. Now I'll show the gestures with the hands. We've said that at the first position the pair faces the center. The hands are backwards, so the left hand is at the height of the shoulder. The right hand, parallel to it, is beside the body. At 1, the body turns back. The hands touch each other with the middle fingers. At 2, they fly. At 3, they fly. At 4, they fly. Now I'll show the easier version. At 5, the arms go back in parallel. 1, the middle fingers touch each other. 2, we fly. 3, we fly. 4, hands return backwards. 1, touch of the middle fingers. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The exercise finishes with parallel arms backwards. Now I'll show the other version of the exercise that is slightly more difficult. There is the following element in this version. I'll show at first this element. The first position is the same, the turn is the same, and the touch is the same. Then instead of both arms going in parallel position, going forward in parallel, the back arm, in this case the right arm, is bent from the elbow with the palm facing the ground. The front hand that has flown goes back, and at the last second it is coordinated with the back hand, and with the thumb gently touches the forefinger and the middle finger of the left hand. The thumb of the right hand does the same, gently touches the middle finger and the forefinger of the left hand. Here is the element, and it happens for a split second. I will show it again. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. I focus on this element, which is indeed a split second, and again 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This time the element appears at the other side. I'll show the whole exercise with the second version, the more difficult one. We have already mentioned that at this moment the powers enclosed in the square are processed. The exercise mobility is actually magnetism, the female principle, the gentle beautiful lines, that is, it is operated with the love energies. 1, turn our back, touch. 2, 3, 4, return. And have a gentle touch and drop at once. 1, I touch the middle fingers. 2, 3, 4, 5. Have a gentle touch. 1 turn. 2, 3, 4, 5. The exercise finishes with this element.
Подвижност.
Next, the exercise conquering. As the heading of this exercise indicates, we have already conquered a few things in our evolutionary path. The strengthened soul, by overcoming the difficulties in the square and through the right power guidance enclosed in it, is already progressing with much more confidence and liveliness. The exercise conquering, in fact, expresses our urge, the urge of the whole of humanity, to take part in the evolutionary path of our Mother Earth. That is, if all the people hold out their hands and nurture elevated thoughts and noble sentiments and acts, then the evolution of our planet will reflect out to the whole solar system. Our family will take a more energetic step. In this case, we imagine that the globe is in front of us, and we are those who will give an impetus ahead through the love energies. We said that the left side manifests the love energies, the right side the mind powers, wisdom powers, ahead of the ascending path that our soul follows till it reaches its union with its Father, the great Creator. I'll show first the steps. The exercise is performed moving round the circle. For convenience, as I already said, I put the hands on the waist. As usual, the start is with the right foot. A step on the right foot. The body swings backwards and pulls the front foot. Provisionally, I call this step a stalk, and it appears for the first time. It resembles a bit the stalk position. That is, the toes of one foot are nearly on the upper part of the other foot. I'll show it once more. The right foot, body swings backwards, that pulls the foot. Again the right foot, the left foot. The body swings backwards, pulls the left foot. I step on the left foot. So right, stalk, right foot, left foot, stalk, left foot. Of course, I call this a stalk only in a training process to remind of the feature of the step. This step appears thrice in Paneurhythmy. Since here it appears for the first time, I explain it in detail. I'll show it once more. The right foot, a return, right, left, return, left. The right, return, the right, the left, return, left. The eyes for a split second look downward when there is a return, the right, the left, return, the left. The right, return, the right, the left, return, the left. This is the step of conquering. Now I'll show the hands. The hands are as in the exercise Evera, but there is a radical difference. The body moves ahead with a clear purpose on the way of the truth. There is no turning back. The arms are at the right side of the body, at 45 degrees, with the palms facing the body, and the left arm rests tightly beside the body. The right hand is parallel to the left one. In the exercise, the hands start first. The arms are forward, then at the sides. The arms are forward at the right side. Then they are forward at the left side. the arms are forward at the right side. As we see here, the straight lines operate. That is, a victory, the conquering, is possible only when the human will is taking an active part. I'll show the whole exercise again. The body weight is on the left foot. The right foot is a bit behind. The hands are at the right side of the body. The hands start first. The right foot. I return it. The right foot. The left foot. I return the left. The right. The right. I return the right. The left. I return the left. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. The exercise is completed with a desire for a flight forward. That is, with the forward movement, we give an impetus to the earth, to its evolutionary path, working absolutely consciously for this process.
Съвсем съзнателно работейки за този процес. Побеждаване.
Денят пристига след нощта и радост иде след скръпта. Вървиме ни по светли път, прегради няма да ни спрат. Тъй безспирно ще вървиме с вяра и любов гърдите към победище. Летиме докато гледат ни очите, бодро вдигаме чела. Смело тръгваме напред, дори в неволя и беда. За нас е хубав Божий свят, мила ни тихият зефир. Пеят ни птички с весел глас, лей се в душата елексир. При изгрев слънце бранен час, мила ни тихият зефир. Пеят ни птички с весел глас, лей се в душата елексир. При изгрев слънце бранен час.
Joy of the earth. Since this is a training course, I'd advise all who want to study Paneurhythmy to learn first the beautiful lyrics of the songs. Because Paneurhythmy is a harmonic synthesis of music, motion and poetry. Joy of the earth, as is sang in the song, is the love declaration of the earth to the sun. The earth is in love with the sun. The whole earth rejoices and runs towards the sun. However, the sun caresses her from a distance. The whole exercise is devoted to the movements, to those incredible, beautiful movements of the earth, beautiful and intelligent. On its way, the earth performs more than 10 quite different movements. And these movements are manifested with the help of these 3 arts that I have already mentioned in the exercise Joy of the Earth. On its way, the earth first spins and then turns around the sun. Then, together with the sun, it turns in our galaxy. Together with our galaxy, and so on. Spinning round its main axis, it completes a circle for 25,000 years round the pole. That is, the axis moves slightly spirally. One part of the axis spins with a bit greater acceleration than the other one. Thus, now I will show the figures in the exercise Joy of the Earth. Before that, I would like to show how the body swings. Because of spinning, it performs an oscillating motion. It would be better if the participants in Paneurhythmy learn in advance to swing their bodies. As you can see, the upper part of the body is swinging more than the lower one. After that, I will show the feet. Since it is about love, about the love of the earth for the sun, the whole text and all movements are filled with incredible tenderness. Here we caress the earth with the toes. This is the most affectionate exercise in Paneurhythmy. Now I will face the center, because the first position in the Joy of the Earth is facing the center. I am showing the feet movements. At first the body weight is on the right foot. Then the body swings gently backwards on the left foot, as the toes of the right foot caress the earth, and then it steps a little bit further from the previous position. Then I caress the earth with the left foot. That is how it is. Backwards, a caress, and at the same time the body is swinging. And each time I make a step a little bit further. I will show the hand strokes. At the first position, as we said, the body weight is on the left foot. The right foot is rested forward on the toes. The right arm is at the height of the shoulders, the left arm is parallel to it. The hands will also give a stroke. Look at the hand gestures. I give a stroke, stroke, stroke. I stroke with a thought, with a feeling. I stroke with my face, with my feet, with my hands. All my body radiates tenderness and caress. A step forward. The step forward is a delicate flight. The Earth's desire is to fly towards the sun, but, as we said, it caresses her from a distance. The Earth cannot go very close to the sun, because it is dangerous for her. The Earth is at the nearest position to the sun in winter. That is why prana is in abundance in the air. Thus, the teacher said that one winter outing is worth 10 summer outings. In winter, approaching the sun in her flight, in her impulse, in her love outburst, the Earth accelerates up to 29-30 kilometers per second. In summertime, the speed is reduced to 28. That is, it is far from the sun. When it is not so close to the beloved image, there is no need to be in a hurry. Now I will show the whole exercise. The first position. 1, 2, 3, 4, a step forward, a delicate flight, a turn back to the center. A swing backwards, stroke, stroke, stroke. A flight, stroke, 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 a flight. I give strokes with everything, with the hands, with the feet, with the tips of the toes. A flight, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The exercise finishes with the delicate flight forward.
Радостта на земята.
Никога зала пазарика, и се
Acquaintance. It is no coincidence that this exercise is called acquaintance. The participants in Paneurhythmy till now were dancing as if just for themselves. There was a slight eye contact in the weaving between the partners. But this is a slight signal to what has happened. That is, the souls look at each other and say, well, this is that angel soul that God has sent to me on my path. Until the weaving, it is as if everyone is dancing for themselves, and there is no sign to show that the one is aware of the presence of the other. This is the case because actually a person is born alone in this world, and the process of birth is the most individual for everyone, the innermost experience, the most sacred act, the advance of the new life. After that, the person starts step by step to explore the world, to study it, till the idea of self-awareness arises, because the human being is a small universe, one small world, a mini-world. That is why, till acquaintance, the dancers are absorbed in themselves, pay attention to the energies locked in them, and make an effort to analyze them, to balance them, to harmonize them. The person performs an inner individual work when he has already harmonized the energies locked in, which we have talked about. Only then does the contact with the partner take place. Then the harmonization on the border level takes place. That is, the couple or the family, the smallest social unit, have to be harmonized. The man and the woman have to harmonize with each other. The harmonization between them starts from here. Between the man and the woman, between the brother and the sister, between those two souls, in whose eyes everyone should see the angel that heaven has sent, and give thanks to God that this angel has been sent. The first physical contact with the partners, they hold each other's hands, with each person's right hand always on the other's left. Since then, when there is a handhold, it is assumed that the right hand should be on the left hand of the partner. In acquaintance, both partners continuously work on developing self-awareness. This is the exercise which expresses the awareness principle, the way in which self-awareness is developed. I develop my self-awareness, but also respect the right of the others, here of the partner, to develop his own self-awareness. This is done without hampering the other, in harmonious synchronization. Both dancers face each other in a beautiful wreath. The weight of the body is on the back foot, respectively the outside partner is on the left and the inside partner is on the right foot. This wreath has to be open forward in the dance direction. Thus, they form a figure of an ellipse. When they set off, they separate their hands, turn away, touch the middle fingers and fly, turning their backs to each other and form a figure of a hyperbola. These are the inevitable contradictions that appear in human life between partners. The left partner works with the powers of good, and the right partner with the powers of truth. In the middle, between them, is love. So they set off together, turn their backs, their arms forming hyperbolas, then the front hand strokes the back hand for a split second, a familiar element. They turn to each other, hold each other, and this time both arms go in parallel forward, united and backwards. Where are these four hands going? Holding together, they go ahead to love. The love between them is the power that will help the partners to solve their problems in their everyday life and in the spiritual life. Now I will show the steps from the point of view of the outer partner. At first position, the outer partner puts his body weight on his left foot and the right is ready to step. There is a step with the right foot and immediate turn outwards. So a step on the right foot, the step on the left foot is with the back to the center. The body returns on the right foot, then left, right, return, right, left, return, left, right, return, right, left, return, left, right, return. The inner partner performs the same steps but mirrored, that is with the reverse foot. The body weight of the inner partner is on the right foot, as the left forward, resting on the toes, is ready to step. Left, I turn the body, right, return, right, left, return, left, turn, right, return, right, return, left, return, left, turn, right, return, and so on. As I said, both partners are facing each other, holding their hands in a beautiful wreath, open forward, and the figure is an ellipse. At their first step, the arms go forward and are separated. Both partners turn their backs to each other, touch their middle fingers, and arms performing a hyperbola. The front arm returns, the back arm is bent from the elbow, unknown element. The front hand for a second strokes with the thumb the forefinger and the middle finger of the back hand, down hand. The back hand does the same and is detached. The hands are disconnected, go forward as if they are carrying a bouquet of their best virtues. They hold their hands. The hands are going backwards, forward. So they go ahead towards love. When both partners hold each other's hands, they look into each other's eyes and each of them says, "This is an angel." Then they look at the sky and say, Thank you, God, for sending me this angel.
Този ангел.
The movements separated by numbers would be
Биха дали следното нещо. От страна на вътрешната
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a forward movement, 6, a backward movement, 1 touch, stretching arms, return, stroke, turn, hold, forward, backward, 1, release hands, 2 stretch, 3 stroke, 4 turn, hold, 5 look at the partner, 6 look at the sky. The exercise finishes with parallel hands held, as they both bow and thank each other. This is acquaintance. They are now acquainted.
Запознаване.
Kako prijatno птиченце пее, і благодатно сонце добре. Рослі ліватите, свежі полянite, і грає мені пей на роліно. Рослі ліватите, свежі полянite, і грає мені пей на роліно. Живота ти красив і ізобіле, Бог над нозіє милостив. Живота ти красив і ізобіле, Бог над нозіє милостив. А вслед ігри песні красиві і роботи наші дені. І посягне семе відбрано, далі назреє світлі класове. І посягне семе відбрано, далі назреє світлі класове. І древень наш роса, снегі поле, і сонце повстаді возрости. І древень наш роса, снегі поле, і сонце повстаді возрости.
The next exercise is Beautiful Day. Now the two partners have become acquainted. From this point on, their contacts become more frequent. More and more often they hold each other's hands, either on the inside or on the outside. In this way they start harmonizing the energies between them. This is not at all an easy process. However, walking the path alone is one thing, while walking along with somebody else, with somebody who is an angel and sees you as an angel, is totally different. So the two partners start walking together along their path of evolution, as one whole, entwined by love. Beautiful Day is an exercise which strengthens and develops the nervous system. Through the magnetic energies, the nervous system receives favorable conditions for development. In the first figure, the arms are on the waistline, all fingers being in front, and only the thumb is at the back. The body is straight, and as I said, we have 1, 2, 3, step. 1, 2, 3, step. The second figure, the right arm is brought forward. 1, 2, 3, step. And then the left arm, 1, 2, 3, step, and so on. The next figure. Both partners hold each other by the hand on the inner side, right hand on top of the left, while the other hands are positioned on the waistline. We keep the hands on the height of the face. If the partners are of a different height, we keep them at the height of the shorter partner. And we continue with the same figure. Inner hands are joined. 1, 2, 3, step. 1, 2, 3, step. We continue like that till a musical moment when arms on the inside come freely down by the body and arms on the opposite side appear in a beautiful arch, putting right hand on top of the left hand of the partner. And we continue with the same movement. 1, 2, 3, step. Hands on the outer side go back in the same beautiful arch until they are down freely by the body. At the same moment, arms on the inside come up. 1, 2, 3, step. 1, 2, 3, step. When outside arms are holding each other, they make a very beautiful figure, as if both partners look together through a beautiful window. 1, 2, 3, step. The exercise finishes on inner hands joined together. 1, 2, 3, step. As usual, we draw up both feet together and inner hands come loose. In this way, we strengthen our nervous system.
Хубав ден!
How happy we are. The Ruchenica exercise is a little preparation or prelude to the second main part of Paneurhythmy, sun rays, which is built almost entirely on the rhythm of the rъченица. Rъченица is an esoteric dance which has been brought forth from ancient sanctuaries. We as Bulgarians must be proud that the invisible world has bestowed such a dance on us, one that connects us in a magical way with the primordial, purest energies of the sun. The master says, when you feel somewhat uneasy, do some rъченица. For 30-40 years, the master has worked on Bulgarian folklore music to purify it from the negative layers of the long Turkish yoke. And now, in Paneurhythmy, we have a rъченица in its primordial rhythm of the sun, in its purest kind. It is good for students of Paneurhythmy when they reach the rъченица part, which, being in an irregular time signature, is difficult for foreigners, as well as for some Bulgarians, to study first the rhythm, which vibrates and pulsates in the steps of the rъченица. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I recommend this exercise as a preparatory one for experiencing the rhythm of a real rъченица. The measure is 7/8 when it is quick and 7/16, that is 2, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. The third time is longer. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. The vertical pulsation of the body is exactly in this rhythm. In this pulsation, I am demonstrating the movement. 1, 2, 3. Go back. 1, 2, 3. Go back to the left foot. Right, left, right, left. Go back to the left, right, left, left. Go back to the left. Please note that in Paneurhythmy, feet do not go far from the ground, except for one movement that I figuratively call the stalk. The rest of the time they stay close to the ground. Why is that? Because earth energies come into us through our feet. It is not by chance that the ancient Antheus, the Greek mythological hero, every time he felt physically weak, he leaned on his Mother Earth, the goddess Gaia, in order to draw energy from her. After acquaintance, we are advancing quickly along our evolutionary path, because we are one whole. We are both harnessed to pull the same cart, and we need the goodwill of both of us. That is why the feet start taking an ever more active role. They are related to the energies of the earth and willpower. This is the first movement that I have shown. I mean, the movement is repeatedly the same, but this is the first figure with hands on the waistline. The second figure, both partners hold each other's hands, the inner hands, and make a movement that I call double step. Arms joined with hands go parallel ahead, and the outside hands imitate the inner hands. After that, all hands go even further ahead, followed by the eyes. Then they go back, stalk, step, right foot, stalk, step, and left foot, stalk, step, right foot, look down, and left foot, look down, and right foot. Then we have again the first figure with hands on the waistline, triple step, and we have the following thing. The exercise begins with the triple step. 1, 2, 3, back. 1, 2, 3, until a musical moment. Double step, that is double figure. Both holding hands. 1, 2, sway back. 1, 2, sway back. 1, 2, sway back. 1, 2.
Колко сме доволни.
Колко сме доволни, че света живее, твърди песни пее. Колко сме доволни, че света живее, твърди песни пее. Сутрин песнати, посрещаме рано, то ни благославя и живот ни дава. Сутрин песнати, посрещаме рано, то ни благославя и живот ни дава. Колко сме доволни, че света живее, твърди песни пее. Колко сме доволни, че света живее, твърди песни пее. Сутрин песнати, посрещаме рано, то ни благославя и живот ни дава. Сутрин песнати, посрещаме рано, то ни благославя и живот ни дава.
Step by step. After the energetic Răcenica dance, souls slow down a bit their pace and speed, because they understand that in their path of self-perfection, one shouldn't hurry too much. The exercise, step by step, makes us think exactly of that. We have to check carefully our surroundings and circumstances before we decide to go. Starting position. Dancers are with hands on their waistline, all fingers in front and only the thumb at the back. The body is straight, as we already said. In this exercise, only the feet take part. This means we concentrate only on the willful actions of human beings. Reasonable and careful, because there are two of them walking the same path, and very soon they could be 3, 5 or 6. In sun rays they are already 6 couples. The body faces the direction of the movement. Hands are on the waistline. The right foot of both partners carefully stretches to the right. That is, to the outside. Then comes back, a second time to the right. Draw back. With the same foot I start. 1, 2, 3, 4. On 4 we draw the right foot next to the left one. Now the left half starts working the feminine half through the focus of love. Left foot to the side, both partners together. And because we have worked with the left foot, we start with it again. 1, 2, 3, 4. We work with the right foot, carefully probing ahead so as to see how things are, that is, everywhere around us. I start 2, 3, 4. The same with the left foot. Carefully, reasonably and cautiously, we move ahead to the peaks of knowledge.
Към върховете на познание. Стъпка по стъпка.
Стъпка по стъпка, ето ни вървим към новия живот. Черпаем светли бъдрини, за нас и цял човешки род. Всички прегради преодоляваме, не се страхуваме от
Early in the morning. For the exercise early in the morning, the master has said the following remarkable words. You have played this march when you were gods and in other circumstances too. It is worth thinking about that. Early in the morning has several figures made by both feet and arms. I will show them consecutively. The exercise is connected with the energies of the earth and the sun. The previous ones were connected too, but this time these energies are harmonized by the two partners. When both partners have already harmonized them between themselves, we advance and get even closer to the second big part, the second big door on the path of individual, human and global evolution. There is a big test to be taken, and this is the reason there are pauses between the three parts. The first part is coming to an end. We will naturally sit for our exam, and if we have passed it well, we will deserve to enter into the second part of Paneurhythmy, sun rays, that is related to the spiritual world. I am showing the movements of early in the morning. The right leg, at its length, sways at an angle of 120 degrees to the height of the other leg. So, the right foot, with the tips of the toes, makes an arch and comes back at the height of the left leg and goes
Връща се до левия крак и тръгва.
1, 2, 3, 4. At 4, the back foot, in this case the left one, is drawn in. After that, the left leg makes the same figure, sways at 120 degrees, comes back, again sways, and comes back to the right foot. 1, 2, 3, 4. Swaying, back, swaying, drawing back. 1, 2, 3, 4. The left one is working. I draw back to the left. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the first figure. The second figure. Inner hands hold each other. When we have inner hands holding each other, I call this figuratively minuet step, because in the minuet, couples are also holding hands. If I am the outside partner, on top of my left hand, my partner put his or her right hand. We have the following figure. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hands holding each other, go backwards, and we lift our toes, arms go forward, and we lift our heels. And we start with the right foot. 1, 2, 3, 4. Toes, heels, toes, heels. I will show this figure once again. Inside hands holding each other right on top of left, we go with the right foot. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lift toes, lift heels, lift toes, heels. 1, 2, 3, 4. Toes, heels, toes, heels. Now comes a transition from the second figure to the third one. And this transition goes like this. Hands go to the waistline, and for 4 steps, the fourth one is drawing on the left foot to the right one, hands stay on the waistline. 1, 2, 3, 4. From this point on, there starts an active movement of both arms and feet. Arms to the side again, right foot to the side. Arms go back, right foot is drawn back again. The arms are well stretched in front, palms down, right foot well stretched ahead, touching the ground with the toes. Coming back, going ahead, coming back, we go with it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now the left foot is working. Left foot to the side, arms stretch aside, left foot goes back, arms go back too. Again to the side, now draw them back. To the front, draw back, front, draw back. I go with the same foot. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right foot to the side, draw it back. Right foot to the front, draw it back. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we continue in the same way till the end of the exercise. I will show the last figure once again because it is complicated. Both arms and feet are moving. Transition to the last figure, and last figure. 1, 2, 3, 4. Arms and right foot. Again, arms and right foot to the front. Again, we go with the same foot. 1, 2, 3, draw back. Left foot to the side, together with the arms. Left foot to the front, together with the arms. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right foot to the side, together with the arms. Right foot to the front, together with the arms. 1, 2, 3, 4, and like that to the end. What does the movement toes, heels mean? When we are on our heels, this is a unique situation in Paneurhythmy, the willpower strongly connected to the energies of the earth is working. When we are on our toes, These are the energies of the sun. In Paneurhythmy, as you have already noticed, there are elements from astrology, many more than the ones I mention. There are elements related to the body angles, the shapes, etc. In the exercise I have just shown, early in the morning, both arms and feet participate ever more actively. Ever more actively, both partners become synchronized. Moving together, living together, eating together, dreaming together, working together, praying together. The sought-for union on 3 levels, physical, spiritual and celestial, which Jesus Christ, together with his students, showed us 2000 years ago. The unity bequeathed us by our Master. At this place, the beautiful area of the sunrise, symbolized by this garden and the name.
Красивият квартал Изгрев, от който е станало тази красива градина. И името. На ранина.
Exercise breathing. When a person is born, the first thing you hear is the baby crying. This is a sign that the person was born, that they are alive. When a soul is blossoming, figuratively speaking, is being born, the soul sings. That is why the exercise breathing is built upon singing. Up to this exercise some people sing, some don't, but in breathing everybody is singing. Dancers are facing the center of the circle. The body is straight, in a state of awe. Arms are in front of the chest at shoulder height and perpendicular to the earth. Moving the arms aside, we take a deep breath and sing the scale with the vowel A, while drawing back the arms at heart level together with the music. The scale is being sung 3 times in ascending order. We take a deep breath, sing again, and the 3rd time we repeat it 1 more time. Then we take a deep breath once more and sing the scale in descending order. Take a deep breath and sing the scale 3 times. After that we breathe deeply again and sing a melodious line, which first goes up and then comes down. The singing always goes with the movement of the arms, inwards. Because the 3rd musical phrase is a little bit longer than the first 2 scale exercises. So the arms follow the tempo of the phrase and move inward a bit more slowly. Space stops breathing in awe of the awakening of a human soul, says the Master. A great cosmic moment. Then comes the last exercise of Paneurhythmy. We remain facing the center. The exercise is called Providence. This is a very sacred exercise, which is not sung. It is not a movement. There is only a figure made with the arms. We lift our arms sideways, palms up, till they touch each other above the head. We are in the divine world. From there, the divine world, which is a world of absolute love and harmony, a world of no contradictions, the world of principles. The energy is brought down, touches the 1,000 leaves, the highest chakra, Sahasrara, after which the hands separate sideways, as if we are pouring water over us. The energies already polarized come down to the physical world. This exercise is called Providence. God is Providence for all living beings, from the biggest to the smallest one. For human beings too, if they keep their connection with Him. You who are within me, God, that are in my heart and soul, has spoken the poet. This is the divine spark that has brought our soul into existence and through which we can connect with our Father to get His blessing. I am demonstrating the figure of the arms. May the peace of God abide. When we say peace, fingers touch above our head. And may divine joy, we are around the face, and divine exaltation, we are close to the heart, arise in our hearts. We pronounce the formula 3 times. May God's peace be with us. May God's joy and gladness arise in our hearts. May God's peace be with us. May God's joy and gladness arise in our hearts. The first part of Paneurhythmy, which is a preparation for the next one, ends with the greeting of the disciple. Disciples greet each other with a hand raised up, palm out, and embracing with eyes everybody in the circle. Greeting each other that we have passed a big exam and we are ready to start the second part of Paneurhythmy. Sun rays.
Дишане. Промисъл.
Да пребъде Божият мир и да изгрее Божията радост и Божието веселие в нашите сърца. Да пребъде Божият мир и да изгрее Божията радост и Божието веселие в нашите сърца. Да пребъде Божият мир и да изгрее Божията радост и Божието веселие в нашите сърца.
Paneurhythmy is also a method for developing and expanding human consciousness. Human consciousness can be considered in 4 major levels: cosmic consciousness, subconsciousness, consciousness, and self-consciousness. The human soul abides in the vertical axis of cosmic consciousness, subconsciousness, in which lie the most beautiful opportunities for human development. When human beings have lived within these most wonderful conditions, the vertical axis, they have actually lived in speaking the language of the Bible, paradise. When human beings have lived within these most wonderful conditions, the vertical axis, they have actually lived in, speaking the language of the Bible, in paradise. However, we know the story of Adam and Eve. We know who seduced Eve and how Eve seduced Adam. Then people decided they are allowed to and are able to do anything. That is the deviation of human beings from the vertical axis. This act, eating from the forbidden fruit, was the reason for them to be thrown out of heaven. In esoteric language, this means human beings separate from their spiral path of their life, drift away from the common path, which should follow the vertical axis. And set into action the law of karma. The law of karma appears as a consequence of human disobedience. Thrown out of heaven, human beings are forced to follow the horizontal axis in order to develop their consciousness towards self-consciousness. This is human life filled with a lot of suffering. People learn from their suffering because they have lost their constant link with God. They have moved away, so to say, from the orbit of their natural development as souls. All of material life is concentrated in consciousness. Animals have consciousness, so do we, but only human beings have self-consciousness. The unconscious processes in animals and people are managed through the peripheral nervous system by a great mind that is transmitted by the solar plexus. This means that we perceive subconsciously the ordinance of the great cosmic mind through the solar plexus. This is true for animals too. People who have pets have sometimes witnessed unusual behavior on their side. They behave somewhat like people. These are flashes of human consciousness in animal consciousness. By the same analogy, there are moments when cosmic consciousness flashes in human consciousness. These are moments of revelation, when for seconds or a minute one receives incredible gifts. This is to show that their future is in the getting back to the vertical axis of cosmic consciousness, where lie all human possibilities and most favorable conditions for the human soul. Walking this ascending path, one day people will reach the collective consciousness, which is a higher form of self-consciousness, and then the cosmic consciousness, opening the doors to the divine world. Expelled from heaven, however, people are forced to live in the horizontal axis, that is, they are crucified. The constant struggle between cosmic consciousness, subconsciousness, and consciousness, self-consciousness. Man who is crucified, man living in suffering. Through suffering, however, he learns, advances, and develops his self-consciousness. We mentioned self-consciousness in acquaintance. Here we consider it in a broader aspect. It is good for one to develop self-consciousness. It is bad to go into a too great individualization. Too great individualization automatically leads to drifting away from the ascending vertical path and subjecting oneself to the laws of karma. The law of cause and effect. The flashes of divine cosmic consciousness, which sometimes come on people as a stroke, are a reminder that they are able to and have to come back to their right path. They have to recover their constant connection with the divine consciousness. Sun rays presents the human drama, the drama of society, when the spirit for a moment loses its power and the powers of evil and darkness take over, making it experience an obscured consciousness, almost a tabula rasa. It cannot find a solution and starts moving in a vicious circle. In the sun rays, this happens on the 13th step, when the sunbeam is getting back from the center to the periphery. Sun rays is the second part of Paneurhythmy, related to the energies of the spiritual world. The earth is a living being, another form of life. It is like an enormous crystal, a dodecahedron, whose facets are pentagons. Cosmic energies and electromagnetic energies flow along the edges of these pentagons. We know from mineralogy that if we break the top of a crystal and put it in the same conditions in which it has grown, it will be able to recover the missing top. This is a proof that along the edges of the crystal, the edges, not the facets, these powerful cosmic energies flow. All human cultures and civilizations have been created along these edges of the pentagons since the beginning of time. The spiritual world works with the number 12. 12 power fields that emanate the 12 zodiacal signs. There are 12 planets, counting also the destroyed planet Phaeton, the planet Volcano, which is between the Sun and Mercury, and the 12th planet behind Pluto. In John's Revelation, there are 12 gates through which life flows into us. There are 12 brain centers, 2 parts of 12 hours in a 24-hour period, 12 equal half-tones in the well-tempered scale. Jesus Christ had 12 disciples and 12 stops on his way to Golgotha, and so on. If we look around, we can find a lot of expressions of the number 12. This is the language of the divine world. It teaches us and works on us with the number 12. In sun rays, we also have 12 radial beams directed to the center. The circle continues to exist. It has radiated these 12 beams directed to the center. Living energy continuously streams from the divine source of life. It is being taken by the 12 radial beams and spread to the periphery and the circle. The circle of the sun rays represents the movement of the earth around the sun. That means the beams move radially, while the circle moves forward and backward, forward and backward. Thus, it resembles the clock mechanism. This is the way the connection between mind and heart functions. The radial beams approach the center and take over the primordial rhythm of the sun in its purest form, carrying it out to the periphery, to the circle. The circle accepts it, utilizes the energies, processes the rhythm, and returns the demagnetized energies back to the sun. We can make an analogy with the heart, having in mind the arterial and venous blood. The pulse of the heart is connected with the pulse of the sun. The Master says that the sun is inhabited by higher intelligent beings who have the form of a circle and live in the center of the circle. It is they who, fluttering around the sun, create the impression of vibrations visible at sunrise. Thus they send love and life to all living beings on earth and in the whole solar system. So the arterial blood coming out of the heart, the radial beams bring the pure rhythm of the sun, transmit it to the circle, and take back the demagnetized energies, that is, the venous blood, back to the sun, which purifies it again. In sun rays, this is demonstrated by the steps of the retreating beams. All steps of the retreat of the beams are always one and the same. This signifies that the quality of the solar energy, which is a cosmic energy, is always the same best quality. And with the advancing beams from the periphery to the center, the steps are always different. That is, the already utilized and demagnetized energies of the sunbeam approaching the center are always different. So the step is also different. The steps taking back the radial beams to the periphery are: the first retreat is 15 steps, the second retreat is 20, and the last retreat to the periphery is 13 steps. This is the last step, the 13th one. If we had stayed with the number 12, we wouldn't have been chased away from heaven. But human over-individualization brings us to the 13th step, the fatal one. And right here the circling starts. What is circling in the sun rays? This is the vicious circle in which man and all humanity gets caught. The vicious circle, or single circling, double circling, symbolizes the deadlock. The overcoming of this deadlock is achieved through the beautiful song. Mother Earth, I was born of you, a beautiful being, who will grow to be clever, thoughtful and loving. This is the life of paradise. This is the key that great intelligent nature has given us. Our invisible friends who have walked our path to evolution know our mistakes, our weaknesses, and are willing to help us get out of the vicious circle of delusion, to get rid of Maya's chains, to be free of illusions. This is possible with the key of love. Forgive and forget. Get lovingly in harmony with your partner, with all other people, with nature around you. Harmonize yourself with the whole world, with the whole universe. This is the way forward. After couples sing, Mother Earth, I was born of you, a beautiful being, they have found the way out, because there is no situation without a way out. They have made this decisive step. This is the coming down from the cross. Christ was also crucified the way all humanity is crucified, the way every human being is crucified. The crucifixion graphically represents the vertical and the horizontal axes, a crucified man suffering. On earth, says the Master, for the time being people learn through suffering. But there will come a day when suffering will disappear as a means for human education. Well, we have not reached that day yet, but I'm sure it will happen. And on the third day, Jesus resurrected to show us that life is eternal, that they should come down from the cross and go into the pentagram. This is Leonardo's man, the one who has come down from the cross, moving, willing to work consciously for his self-perfection, to develop a new form of collective consciousness, not that form of primitive collective consciousness which existed at the time of primeval people, but a totally new conscious one. Further, he will develop cosmic consciousness, reaching the divine consciousness. The end of sun rays shows these heavenly gates, opening to people when they come out of the vicious circle of Moses' law, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and start applying Christ's law. Forgive, be ready for self-sacrifice, and go along the path of love. Having in mind this state of mind, Apostle Paul says, the happiness ahead of us cannot be measured with any worldly goods. When we reach that state, about which Jesus says, I am the way, the truth, and the life, following his path, which he showed by his life and self-sacrifice, one day we will reach the truth and become immortal. We will be one with the Absolute. We will be one with our Father, keeping our identity. And you will see the fruit, says the Master, when you reach the cosmic consciousness. That is, it is impossible to see the fruit of our development, of our evolution here on earth. But when we are really born from the spirit and water, as John says, then we will be able to see the whole path of our evolution. and then we will feel ourselves to be little cells of the cosmic organism. This evolutionary path is depicted in the third part of Paneurhythmy, the pentagram. Now we will show some steps in the sun rays. Dancers in the sun rays stand in couples, every beam containing 6 couples, and there is a circle of dancers around the 12 beams. If there are not enough people to form a circle around the beams, a couple stands opposite every beam. Or if there are not enough people to form 12 beams of 6 couples, then there should be 12 beams with some couples in them. Couples shortest in height stand first, and after them come the taller ones. The beams approaching the center go a little forward, then come back, and then advance again. 3 times the beam goes forward and comes backward. On the 13th step of the third coming back, the circling starts. First a single circling and then a double one. The first advance to the center is in several steps only. Now I will show you only the steps. The whole weight of the body is on the left foot, while the right foot is drawn slightly backwards. The arms make the first movement, and then the first step is made with the right foot and drawing the arms to the left side of the face. Now I'm showing only the movement of the feet. The Ročenica rhythm pulsates vertically. This is the step of the first advance. All the steps of the retreat are the same because, as I said before, they bring the rhythm of the sun in its purest form. Only the 3 advances are with different steps. The arms are on the right side of the body and make the following figures. Following a straight line, they go to the left side of the face and clap. This harmonizes the hot and cold flows of the arms. Then they go to the left side of the body at 45 degrees and again, following a straight line, move to the right side of the face, where this time there is no clap but a wave. I am repeating the movements of the arms. They start from the right side, clap, the eyes follow them, and they are on the left side. They go to the right side of the body, where there is a wave. Only after the harmonizing of the flows of both hands is it possible to think about a flight forward. This is true for the couples as well as for the whole beam. Now I will show the figures made by the arms and the steps, that is, the whole advance. In the first advance, we have 3 claps and 2 waves. The arms go clap, wave, second clap, wave, third clap. The right foot stays in front, hands go on the waistline, and the foot which is in the front, the right one, starts a backward movement in beautiful arches sideways, making 15 steps. Then comes the second advance, which resembles the retreat steps, but actually is repeated twice. These are beautiful arch movements made by the foot twice. When the foot moves forward, it doesn't step exactly in front of the other, but slightly at the side. I will show once again the steps of the second advance. The body vibrates in the rhythm of the Rečenica. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, step 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, step, and so on. In one moment, the right foot is in a front position, and it starts the familiar steps backwards. This time the retreating steps are 20. Last advance, the third one. The right foot is at an angle to the ground, touching it, while the left one is moving spring-like. 1, 2, step. 1, 2, step. The foot on the ground works with the energies of the earth, and the bent leg, which is static, but with toes pointing to the ground and touching it, actually receives the energies of the spiritual world, the energies of the sun. Last retreat. As we said, the steps of the retreat are always the same. That is, feet are drawing beautiful semicircles, beautiful arches in 13 steps. Then the circling starts, a single and a double one. Now we will show the steps of the first advancement, second advancement and third advancement up to the 13th step with the partner. The body weight is on the left foot, the right one slightly backwards. Arms are on the right side of the body and are the first to go. And clap and wave and second clap and wave and third clap. Hands move to the waistline. The right foot is in front, which starts the backward movement with arch-like beautiful movements. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and in the same way to 15. On the 15th step, the right foot is at the back and starts advancing with 2 fine arch-like movements. And the right foot does not go right in front of the left foot, but a little to the side. And 1 arch and second arch. Step. Left foot, step. Right foot, step. This is repeated up to a musical moment when the right foot is in front and starts the backward movement in the familiar way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 19, 20. Last advance. The right foot is bent at an angle and touches the ground because the left one is moving in a spring-like way. 1, 2, step. 1, 2, step. 1, 2, step. 1, 2, step, and so on. In the last moment, the right foot makes an arch forward and then starts a retreat in 13 steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 12, 13. The left partner then begins circling the right one, starting with the right foot and making 10 steps. In 10 steps, the partner comes back to the starting position. I am showing that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What is the left partner doing at that time? They touch the ground with their bent leg in the familiar way. The bent leg makes contact with the energies of the sun and the other one with the energies of the earth. So while the left partner is moving in a circle, the right one touches the ground 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, and makes a small step ahead. This is actually at the 5th step of the circling partner. Then he does the same with the left foot. 1, 2, 3, 4. And on 5 makes a small step. Now we will show that once again so that you can see what the right partner is doing at that time. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now the partners are in a line. Then both of them put forward their right foot, and this time not 4 but 3 times touch the ground. 1, 2, 3, small step. When the left foot has to move, 1, 2, 3, 4, we step in one place. Now the right partner is circling the left partner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now both partners. 1, 2, 3, small step. 1, 2, 3, stand still. After that comes a double circling. The same way both partners were doing a single circling, now they are doing a double one. The left partner is making a small inside arch, while the right partner is making an outside bigger arch. And both are passing by and facing each other. Then they pass by back to back. The left partner this time makes a bigger outside arch, while the right one makes a smaller inside arch, back to back. Now we'll show you the double passing by. 1, 2, pass by facing the partner, and 5, 6, 7, pass by back to back. Then we come to the same place in 10 steps. 1, 2, 3, small step, left foot in one place, 1, 2, 3, in one place. All this is repeated once again, that is, the left partner is circling in 10 steps, then the right partner is circling in 10 steps, and then is the double circling. The meaning of the circling was explained before. Then the dancers hold each other by the hand in a beautiful arch, arms lifted up above the face. Only in the sun rays, when partners are holding each other by the hand, they are high above the face. Both partners have contact through the lower part of the body when they are against each other, while the upper one is turned towards the musicians. Here we sing the beautiful Mother Earth, I was born of you a beautiful being, and everybody who feels they can sing well enough can join. After these remarkable words have been sung, that is, the key for the going out of the vicious circle, the key being love, arms go down, and both partners turn to the musicians in front. The left hand is in front of and close to the body, and the right one is clapping on the left one and is more active. It is similar to the beating movement of playing a tambourine. After the right hand claps on the left one, they both go slightly up. We are demonstrating the movement. This movement is done with the words Rai Rai Rai, meaning heaven. After this is over, both hands stand still in front of the solar plexus, the right being on top. Then we do the following movement, and the left hand comes on top of the right one, then the right hand tops the left, and so on. This movement resembles a beautiful flower, the complete blossoming of the human soul. Remember the first 10 exercises, then we had only slight claps, only popping up of the flower bud. Here on a higher level we observe the blossoming of the whole flower in its full beauty and charm. This happens with the words tell me, 2 sweet words. Tell me, 2 sweet words. Your 2 words are 2 sweet words. Your 2 words are 2 sweet words. The beautiful flower of the soul is completely in bloom. The dancers step slightly aside, making enough space between them, and make 5 very graceful, beautiful and elegant movements. The lower part of the arms, from the elbow to the fingers, is most active in this movement because it represents the spiritual and the divine world. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The 4th and the 5th time come almost immediately after each other and are a little faster. This is heaven. This is heaven. This is heaven. Heaven, heaven. These flying-like movements are repeated 5 times in 2 series, that is, totally 10 times. Now we already abide in the world of angels, a world of harmony and love. This is how the second part, sun rays, ends. We have passed the second big test, and we are ready to enter the third, biggest part. Pentagram, which is related to the divine world. The pentagram. The pentagram is a magical figure, well known from ancient times. It has been bestowed as a gift to humanity by the great devotees. Its meaning has not been known, however. It was familiar only to some really devoted people. A radiating star of light and life. It is a live figure, encompassing great dynamic forces. The position of the pentagram is very important for one to be able to connect with the positive dynamic powers it radiates. If it is positioned in a wrong way, negative powers and energies that have been closed in the most inner circle unlock themselves. To benefit from the pentagram, it should always be in a circle. This radiant star should always be in a circle. The circle actually represents a formula which can be seen. There are 2 more formulas in the inner and most inner circles, which are actually invisible. It should also have 1 ray pointed upwards, not 2 rays. When there is 1 ray up, then the positive, dynamic powers within the figure unlock themselves. When there are 2 rays upwards, this symbolizes the devil, which is mystically closed in the most inner circle of the pentagram. The pentagram, as I said, has been known to some devotees. It has been familiar to Leonardo da Vinci, to Goethe. When Mephistopheles came to take Faust's soul, Faust drew a pentagram, which Mephistopheles could not overcome. The great representative of the Italian Renaissance, Leonardo da Vinci, was also very familiar with the symbol and the meaning of the pentagram. He painted the Last Supper in a pentagram composition. In art, there are vertical, horizontal, diagonal compositions, but only Leonardo works with a pentagram composition. Of course, the painting should be observed close up. On the top of the Last Supper, on top of the ray of truth, he positions Jesus, while the other apostles are positioned along the other rays of the pentagram.
лъчи на пентаграма.
The German artist,
Художник,
representative of the Renaissance, Alfred Dürer, was also familiar with the meaning of the pentagram. He has left us a system of circles in which one can draw a perfect pentagram.
съвършен пентаграм.
This is to show that if we unfold the circle in the third dimension,
Измерение
we will have the spiral taking man in his evolutionary path to the radiant peaks of cosmic consciousness.
на космическото съзнание.
Let us go back to Leonardo da Vinci. He has bequeathed us the cosmic person,
Космически
closed in a circle.
затворен в кръг.
The meaning and message Leonardo sends us through the ages is:
Е. Човек
people descend from the cross, symbol of limitations
учението,
and lack of freedom,
и на страданията,
get free from suffering
води се от
and
страданията
start on the path of evolution,
по пътя,
the path of perfection,
по пътя към
so that one day
да достигнеш
you reach your Creator,
Творец
God.
към Бога. Човека на
Leonardo's person is also inscribed in a circle.
един кръг. Човек
Man as a cosmic concept,
представа като
as a vision, as a model,
далечен
is expressed
дел
in the human body.
е във всъщност изразен в човешкото тяло.
He has the following virtues.
Човек
Standing in a pentagram position,
позиция,
one represents the living cosmic person. As I have said, the pentagram is a live figure.
пентаграма е жива фигура, при която
The right leg corresponds to justice. The left leg is related to virtue and virtues in general. The right arm is related to wisdom. The left arm is related to love.
е свързана с любовта,
And the head represents the truth.
с истината. И така, в Светото Писание
In the New Testament of the Holy Scriptures, Jesus says, I am the way, the truth, and the life. I am the way, going along the rays of the pentagram. Truth. You will know the truth and will meet Christ, who from there on will be a patron for the disciple.
ученика.
And walking along the path of the other virtues, that is, the path of Christ, one day we will really become immortal as Jesus.
Както е бил всъщност Христос.
Now I will explain the figure of the pentagram.
Пентаграм.
In the pentagram
И в
and Paneurhythmy, there are represented the four phases
четирите
through which humanity goes. The man of the Old Testament outside the rays of the pentagram, the man of the New Testament, the righteous one, and the disciple. Here are the symbols. When one is a young soul, here is the sword. One thinks that power, physical, financial, political or whatever,
финансова, политическа сцена.
can serve one for their own benefit.
И както се иска за своя полза.
However, there is no consequence without a cause. One will have to experience the consequences of suffering they have inflicted using the sword of power, and will be forced to drink the glass of bitter sorrow.
Първата чаша на страданието.
then they will think why these sufferings have come.
той се замисля.
They will look for the causes of that karma.
Тоест, той търси причината за тази карма.
Thinking in this way,
Той не го
one actually learns a lesson from the great book of life,
стига до известно
reaches a state of a certain enlightenment, and starts realizing the reasons of suffering.
някакво просветление и той започва да осмисля причините за тези страдания. Добивайки
Having acquired some light, one reaches the scepter.
скиптъра, т.е.
One reaches the idea
той стига до
that instead of overpowering people, it is best to master the billions of cells within him.
са в него.
It is best to master one's passion, feelings, etc. One should learn to master one's whole self. The scepter is a symbol of power, but this is the power of self-control. Having passed through this external circle, we have not reached yet the rays of the pentagram. However, we already have certain knowledge and experience. We have learnt a lesson from the great book of life. One reaches the level of consciousness where one is consciously willing to walk the path of the disciple and look for one's teacher.
по пътя на ученика. Да потърси своя учител.
The disciples to be, so to say, are in the beginning of the first ray. Here one can see a broad staircase and a wide gateway. We can sit for millions of years on these stairs before we get a chance to start on the path of the disciple.
По пътя на ученика.
As you can see, the rays of the pentagram are drawn with double lines. This is to remind us that this is just a path. What is a path? We start from one point and end up in another point. We are following a goal. We walk directly on the path without any deviations. That is, on both sides of the path there are limitations. But they are not forceful. They are not external. These limitations are actually internal. The disciples impose on themselves internal limitations in order to direct all their thoughts, feelings and energy to a certain goal. Thus the disciples start walking the path of truth and meet their teacher,
Той среща своя
Jesus Christ.
среща Исус Христос.
Here, on top of the ray of truth, we have the image of Jesus Christ. The 5 rays of the pentagram represent 5 big tests that every individual and the whole of humanity have to take.
Цялото човечество като цяло.
Let us suppose we have passed the test of truth.
За истината,
We walk ahead
напред
and learn the lessons of justice.
уроците на правдата.
What is that supposed to mean? This means we have to understand that each of us has been given a certain limit in this life. No one can limit others' freedom.
Ограничава неговата свобода.
We have to be just and try to estimate objectively other people's thoughts, feelings and actions.
Света на хората, т.е. да бъдем справедливи.
Having taken this test,
Този изпит,
we start on the ascending ray of love. In some other pictures, it has been depicted as a very narrow path in a steep rock, in the form of small, narrow steps.
стъпала.
Your feet will bleed when you learn this lesson of love, says Christ.
Казва Христос. Много
It is very difficult, one of the most difficult tests, while at the same time it is the easiest method. Let us suppose we have passed this test too, and we come to the eye of wisdom, the horizontal ray of wisdom, which comes to say,
който иска да каже,
the key of knowledge will be given only to those
ще бъде даден
who have passed the test of love,
са издържали изпита на любовта.
because they have already burnt in the fire of love.
няма да се даде знание, с което би могло да се злоупотреби, защото човек...
A person who has passed the test of love will not misuse the deep occult knowledge the ray of wisdom would give him.
дал лъчът на мъдростта.
We have passed this test too, and here is the tree with the 12 fruits that I mentioned in sun rays,
Споменах, говорих,
talking about the spiritual world
т.е.
and how it works with the number 12. This tree has 12 apples.
има 12
Here on the colorful pentagram, they can be seen more clearly.
пентаграм.
In this pentagram, the eye of wisdom is drawn in a triangle. The Master says that in all possibilities for the development of humanity are in the triangle.
За развитието на човека.
Here is also the candlestick.
Тук е дадена като светилникът, т.е. свеща е дадена като светилник.
So we reach wisdom,
Мъдростта,
moving in the direction of virtue.
целта.
What do we mean by virtue?
Под добродетелта.
We understand two things: kindness in general, to be consciously kind, and all other virtues: compassion, faith, patience, mildness, gentleness, nobleness, etc.
Благородство и така нататък.
This means here we have many small tests to take before we are able to pass the test of virtue and virtues in general.
Въобще.
Here ends the path of the disciple. The pentagram is surrounded by 3 circles, one of which is visible, and in it is inscribed the formula, "In the fulfillment of God's will lies the freedom of human soul." There is another circle inside the pentagram which is invisible and surrounds the next pentagram. There is another formula which is, as I already said, also invisible. God loved the world so much that he sacrificed his only Son, so that everyone who believes in him have faith. And in the innermost circle, here this pentagon, is written the formula,
Е изписана формулата.
"Search for the kingdom of God and all the rest will be given upon you." In the pentagram there are also some symbols related to the planets.
които касаят планетите.
For example, there are depicted Saturn, Jupiter, and some others.
И други изписани.
There are also some big letters outside the rays,
Които са
V, U, Ž.
лъчите,
They are translated in the following way: the great school of life, or if we read this letter as
се изтълкуват
Х,
като
then we have the following phrase: Christ, a great teacher.
учител.
In the innermost circle, where we see Hermes' scepter and the snakes entwined around it, actually encompasses the dynamic forces of evil.
Сили на злото.
That is why we have to be very careful with the form of the pentagram.
Фигурата пентаграм.
The room in which there is a pentagram should always be positioned in the right way, but it is also very important that there is always love and harmony.
Ако случайно
If eventually some disharmonic relations appear, the evil forces are automatically unlocked.
сили ви ги
You can see them, the snakes locked in the inner pentagram.
вътрешният пентаграм.
Here you can also see symbols of Mercury,
Меркурий,
Venus, the Moon, and the planets, which have influence.
планетите, които влияят. И така, в цветния
On the colorful pentagram, you can see that the rays have different colors.
лъчите имат цветове.
The color of truth is light blue, of justice light green,
Светло-зелен,
of love pink,
розът, нежно-розов,
gentle pink.
алфурфот,
The color of Christ's love is gentle pink also. Of wisdom, yellow. Virtue should have a color of ripe wheat.
зряло жито.
Here the color is not very good. Here you can also see some other symbols. This, for example, is the winged eye of the soul. The master says it is situated between the two hemispheres of the brain. This little sun corresponds to the real big sun. That is, it receives messages from God. These are the figures and formulas in the pentagram. Scientists have discovered that right here there is a substance of white particles, like little hairs, and they are not sure about their meaning. The master says that this is the starting point for the formation of the cosmic consciousness. Pentagram. The 5 big tests. If you want the higher beings to help you, says the master, you have to work with their virtues. If you do not want the lower beings to stand in your way, you shouldn't use their methods, and you should be free from their weaknesses. Walking the circle of Paneurhythmy, we actually learn and work with the principle of love. The radial rays of the sun rays master the principle of wisdom. The pentagrams, moving on the surface of the circle, work with the principle of truth. 3 great principles. In the Bible, the pentagram is represented with the example of the 5 great peaks. These are Ararat, where Noah arrives with his ark. Noah humanity exists since then. The second peak is Moriah, where Abraham was ready to sacrifice his son in the name of God. The third peak is Sinai, where God gives the tables to Moses. The fourth peak is Tavo, the descending of God's Spirit. The fifth peak is Golgotha. The master says that it is good to think 5 minutes a day about these 5 peaks, which have played, play and will play an important role in the evolutionary path of humanity. The only reality that exists in the world, which has given rise to everything, is love. The only way in which this reality expresses itself is wisdom. And the only form this reality takes is truth.
Ето веч, идем ни, светло зарни лучи, царский дар носим так, радость, мир и любовь, светлина и жива красота, свобода за всички неразумни души. Низко слънце прилъчи на любовта, дошли в света, зло да победи, мир да вътворим. С благост и светлина, нежна любов, нов живот, нов милост на света да вътворим. С благост и светлина, нежна любов, нов живот, нов милост на света да вътворим. Ето веч идем ни, светло зарни лучи, красота, свобода, за всичките разумни души.
As you can see, the couples in the pentagram are facing the direction of the movement. This has happened after the end of the sun rays, where the radial beams are facing the center. Then all couples turn at 90 degrees, and in this way they are already facing the direction of the movement. As was during the first part of Paneurhythmy, the sixth couple from the sun rays goes away and forms a separate pentagram with the other 6 couples from the other beams. Dances in the pentagram are in the following way. The middle couple is the head. The 2 closest to the head couples are the feet, and the peripheral couples are the arms. Peripheral couples, side couples next to the head and the head. All couples taking part in the pentagram will be in the role of the head once and twice in the role of the feet and the arms. The pentagram, as we have already mentioned, is the future cosmic person. This is the 3rd stage from the evolution of consciousness. Although there are 5 steps in this process, globally from the viewpoint of Paneurhythmy, the pentagram is the 3rd big part, the final part, the cosmic person. The Master says that we will see the cosmic person from the height of divine consciousness. However, now, while dancing the pentagram, we depict the birth, the creation of the cosmic person here on earth. The pentagram is built on the number 8. All couples in the pentagram start moving with the right foot, and on the 8th step, the 2 couples next to the head, representing the feet, stop. It is like the embryo in the womb of the mother. It is the legs that develop first. The other 3 couples, that is, the head and the arms, continue to move. On the 16th step, the 2 couples, which have been moving together with the head, stop. These are the arms. The head continues to move, and on the 24th step, at the word freedom, after the word has been pronounced, the head couple turns to the right. In this way, we have a beautiful pentagram, a beautiful 5-ray star. While the head couple is turning, the other 4 couples, feet and arms, also turn till they face the center. Thus they form 2 circles, inner and outer. While the head couple is turning, the other couples equalize the distance between all couples. Then the dancers from the inner circle, starting with their right foot, pass by the couple on their left and go to visit the next dancer. That means they pass by the left couple and go to the next one and stand behind the dancer from the outer circle. When the dancers from the inner circle start moving, the outer circle makes 1 step forward to the center, and take the place of their partners.
партньор, който вече отишъл, условно казано, както казах, на гости. След
After
което
that,
след което
After that, the dancers from the new inner circle go to their partners, who in their turn also make a step forward, and then their real partners stand behind them.
всеки истински партньор му застава зад тях.
There comes a new phase. All couples turn in the direction of the movement,
Посока на движение.
and the partner at the back always follows the partner in front. First start the couples most far behind. These are the feet, who in 8 steps catch up with the right and left arm.
Десният крак за 8 крачки настига дясната ръка. Левият крак за 8 крачки настига лявата ръка. Лявата ръка и дясната ръка само са се обърнали напред и чакат да ги настигнат, както казах.
The arms have only turned in the direction of the movement and are waiting for the feet to catch up with them in 8 steps.
И още за 8
Then both feet and arms start, and in 8 steps they are in line with the head couple. In the meantime, the head has only turned in the direction of the movement and is waiting for the wings to arrive. Right foot, right arm, and left foot, left arm. The pentagram is united again, only this time in a different order. It is very important, the pentagram to be in a straight line and to be centered. This is the task of the head couple. The pentagrams should move radially to the musicians, the orchestra in the middle.
пентаграмите се движат радиално около оркестъра, около музикантите.
The task of the head, as it is in the human body, is to be always careful what is going on. It is responsible for the behavior and movement of the whole pentagram. Every couple that will be in the role of a head should be penetrated with the feeling of responsibility. How is my pentagram moving? Are we positioned radially? Are the feet and arms equally distanced? Are we moving too fast? Because we can catch up with the pentagram in front. Or are we too slow? The head is responsible for taking care of the distance between its own pentagram and the pentagrams in front and behind it, thus determining the speed of movement of the whole pentagram. The head sets the pace, sets the rhythm and the speed of the movement. All other participants, arm and feet couples, comply with the speed of the head. So the whole pentagram starts on this epic march, and they move together till the end of the music. After that, a new pentagram is being formed, according to the described above rules, only this time in a different order. Why is this so? Because, as I said, every couple will become once a head and twice arms and feet. There are several ways to check whether the dancers move in the right way. One way is the already mentioned, each couple should become once a head couple and twice arms and feet. The other way, the couple closest to the orchestra will become a couple farthest behind or farthest to the right. Then it will move to the left of the head. Then it will become a head, then a right foot. In fact, the first couple closest to the orchestra is actually the left arm. It will become a right arm, then it will be a head to be on the left side of the head, that is left foot, then a head, and at the end a right foot. The future head is always on the left side of the current head. The ex-head is always on the right of the current head. And so, my dear friends, our course comes to an end. Finally, I would like to wish you to learn these beautiful poems and wonderful songs, so that Paneurhythmy can influence all dancers and our surroundings with its three important elements: music, poetry and movement.